And a very good morning to everybody that's joined us on the live stream as well. You are now live. This is the first pair in eliminations here at the Springspeed National. So enjoy the day with us, whether you're here in the grandstands or on the bank in or tuned in from home. We have a green light drag race for our first pair. Simon Innes, 1065, Bob Boulder, 948 on the dial-ins. And the win goes to... well, it's a double breakout. Bob Molden takes it, and he had a 003 light as well. So a 943 on a 48, a 60 on a 65. There was nothing in those breakouts. But Bob Molden goes through to round number 2. The next pair, Jack McClure, Colin Morris. 1.4 second difference on the tree for this one. Jack will be going first. Did a great day in qualifying yesterday. Was off the trailer number 1. And had a brilliant Q2 as well, but then everybody started getting their A game together. But he still qualified in the top 10. Breakout. Oh, a huge breakout there for Jack McClure. He had an 01 light as well, but how about Colin Morris? Hit his number. 05 light, 990 with the 5 on a 990 dial. It's Colin Morris that goes through to round number 2. Number 1 qualifier, Bill Wilson with the graffiti racing truck taking on Stevie Gates. 1054 on the dial for Bill. 873. This is a tough matchup. And that's game over for Stevie Gates. He goes red. Bill Wilson takes the win. He had an 06 light. Let's have a look at the number at the top end. 1047 breakout. But hey, he's through to round number 2. Warren Watts, Gavin Jackson. 890 plays 1078. Well, very good morning to you on the banking. How are you over there? You're going to get some rays and nice and early today. And good morning to you on the grandstands as well. Give us a little wave that we can hear. Warren takes that one, 896 on an 890. Breakout for Gavin, got there first. Neither of them are going to be framing the reaction times. Both of them had a 0.5. But nevertheless, a win is a win, and Warren Watts goes through to round number 2. Alfie Ratton, Neil Watkins. Over 2 seconds difference on this one on the tree. 903 dial-in for Alfie, 1130 for Neil. Oh, Neil goes red by 01. So Alfie Ratton is going to take the win light. Breakout as well from Neil. Did everything he could to lose that. 912 on a 903. Alfie Ratton, and he's through to round number 2. Adrian Portelli brings the beautiful Solara into the Slick Tricks lane, going alongside Ryan Garrett. An equally beautiful car. 882 for the Valiant, 1006 for the Polara. So it will be Adrian Portelli going first. He qualified number 2, brilliant time in qualifying. Right, Gary, 882. That is a stout number. I think they've all looked at the conditions and thought, yeah, the air's good, the wind's changed direction. So they're all dialing in quicker than they ran in qualifying. Adrian way ahead, but breaks out. My goodness me. He had 4/10 in reaction time advantage, but went 10.01, way too quick. He took the strike by half a second. Ryan Garrett, 884 and 882, and it's Ryan that goes into round number 2. Right, next up for the McClure family, it's Susie McClure, 963 on the dial-in for the Eye Candy Dragster. Tough customer though, Spencer Tram, 1088 dial-in for the Quantum Leap Camaro. Okay, little bit of fluid down in the Kestrel lane, so this pair are going to reverse back out. So it looks like they need to deal with that one there. Yeah, so engine's been shut off there. So they'll be pushed back. It's up to them when they run, if they can wait till the end, or they can fire up as the next pair. Entirely up to them. So a little bit of sledding, I think, in the Kestrel lane. It gives us a chance to let everybody know what's going on this morning. So it's Eliminations. It's Pro ET kicking things off. I've called Junior Dragster into the lanes as well. That will be followed by Super Pro ET. That's not a call just yet, folks. Then it will be ET Bike, VW Pro and VW Sportsman and Sportsman ET. Those are the fields that are like a field of 32 that we need to get down to 16s. And then, of course, it's Eliminations the rest of the way through. So that's what's going on today. Also, don't forget, got plenty of events coming up as well. Next weekend is a Run What You Brung on Saturday, and then we've got the GTI Festival on the Sunday. Weekend after that, it's the first May Bank holiday weekend, Nostalgia Nationals. Always a great one to come along and enjoy. So we've got something for every taste coming up. And then, of course, we go into May good and proper. Oh, boy. We got Door Slammers coming up. We have the Carl Cox day coming up as well in between that, and, of course, the main event. And May is going to be an awesome month up here. They are all awesome months, but especially in May, so really do look forward to that. Right, I think it's a bit more of a clean-up than I thought out there, actually. So our spotters are out there having a good look at the lanes. I'll tell you what, I'm going to give the airways over to Nitro FM, but we will take it back when we continue the eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Back with you shortly. Well, that was an unexpected one, actually. A bit more of a clean-up than we thought. But anyway, good to go. Super Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET. Let's have you into the pairing lanes for round 1 eliminations as we continue with Pro ET, Susie McClure, Spencer Tram. Okay, then let's have a look at the dial-ins then. Spencer Tram 1088, Susie McClure 958, 1.3 seconds difference on the tree. And regardless what happens here, Susie McClure wins the award for the best social media post yesterday. We absolutely love that one, and I'll read it out a bit later. But that was hands down superb. And Spencer Tram takes that one. 11.08 win margin, 0.5 at the stripe. Susie 970 on a 958. So it's Spencer that goes through. Next up, Martin Moore, Rob Cresswell. Well, Rob, a fantastic time in qualifying yesterday. Ended up number 4, hit his number. Martin Moore with this awesome Chevette, the Hyperactive 2.0. Dial in of 970, a little bit of concern. Oh no, got a fluid leak. It's a small one, but there is something there. So unfortunately, Martin Moore being pushed back. So it's going to be a solo for Rob. .1048, the dial-in. 1050 was the number, and 04 like that. It was a nice package put together there by Rob. Commiserations to Martin there. But I'll always back the start line crew. They know what they're doing. Right, so Jess Bishop going to be taking on Kiwi. Of course, Stuart Thompson about to roll forward. So a little bit of a spit and polish, I think, coming up in the Kestrel lane. Right, just a recap on that. Can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, if we can have you into the pairing lanes. Obviously, I've still got Pro ET down there. We've still got, well, about half the pairs to go. That will be followed by Junior Dragster. And then, of course, Super Pro ET. It's eliminations all the way through. Apart from Top Fuel Bike, they've got another qualifier. And, of course, Outlaw Flat 4, they have another qualifier as well. Purely because the number of entries in those two classes. But everybody else is eliminations all the way through. Gorgeous day out there. Wind direction change. That's the big news. Yesterday, it was a sort of, it was coming from the main gate, sort of a head-on, head-stroke side wind. But today, well, the turbines are turning again. It was a little bit of a tailwind. Now it's almost like a pure crosswind, if you like. But at least they're not going head into a headwind anymore. So there will be adjustments on the dial-ins for most of the teams today. So Stuart Thompson and Jess Bishop. 896 darling for the Dragster. And Kiwi will be around about 970 something. I haven't seen his number yet, but it'll be 970 something. $973, there we go. Now, the air density numbers that I was given earlier on, it was minus 800 earlier on. I don't know what it is now, but my goodness me, awesome conditions to go fast. So Jess in chase mode. Can she catch? Can she pass? Coming up to the stride, and it is a win. Kiwi 77 on a 73. A breakout, and got there second for Jess. Tells you everything you needed to know. So it's Kiwi into round number 2. 898 darling for Jordan Cowley. Going to be taking on Don Scott, 970. Now, I had a message from Jeff to say thank you ever so much indeed for mentioning Twisted Kitchen. It's a new sponsor on the car. Oh, they've just got another mention. How about that, Jeff? So many thanks indeed to Twisted Kitchens for support. So 970 plays 898. Sort this one out at the stripe. This is going to be a close one. It is. Oh. Jordan got there first, but broke out. Don Scott, 970 on the darling, 970 on the run. Don Scott goes into round number 2. Freddie Thompson, Tom Watkins. 971 for Freddie. He'll be going first with the Capri. And it's 899. For Doris the Charger. Oh, Tom Watkins, a massive red light there, unfortunately. So Freddie Thompson is through. Let's see the numbers anyway. 9 flat on 8 nice runs from Watkins. Breakout for Freddie, didn't matter. He's got the win. So Freddie into round number 2. Dave Cherritt, Dave Rudd, your next pair. $9.55 the darling for Dave Rudd, but going first only by 1300ths, Dave Cherritt. Well, green light on both sides of the racetrack. Sort this one out at the stripe. And it's Dave Rudd that takes that one. 960 to a 986. They were both 0.8 off the line. But it's Dave Rudd that takes it. Wayne Saunders with a little Dragster taking on the last of the McClures. It's Doug McClure. And Doug McClure goes red, so it's Wayne Saunders that is going to take the automatic win. Let's have a look at the numbers, what they run anyway. 11-12 breakout for Doug. 990 set Wayne Saunders. That was very nicely done. ET and reaction time, but Doug goes red. It was only a 0-0-1 red, but a red is a red. So honours evening for the McClures. So 2 out of 3 of the McClures will be leaving with trophies this weekend. And as Susie said, tragically empty trophy shelf for Doug. I do love them. A lovely family. Next up, Mark Huxley and Philippa Turton. 968 darling for the Toyota, but leaving first it'll be the Slingshot. 1042. Oh, Philippa got a tiny bit of a wiggle off the line there. So Mark Huxley gone ahead. And goes 995 for the win. So Mark Huxley through to round number 2. Brett Featherstone and Tom Kay. So 10 flat for Brett. Sorry, 10 flat for Tom. 898 for Brett. Ryan. Sorry, it's going to be Spencer Tram who gets the winner of this pairing. Good launches for both. So Tom Kay being chased by Brett Featherstone, and it is a breakout for Brett. Not there too quickly. 891, good number, but it is Tom Kay that takes the win. Last pair then. And it's John Bean and his pit neighbour, Billy Everett. Can I have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. As we look at our last pair then. 964 darling for Billy, 882 for John Bean. Now, John actually did have a puncture in one of his tyres yesterday. They were sorting that one out last night, but job done, got it sorted. So 2 tough customers here. So Billy will be going first. Oh, Billy's got the win. John Bean, 009 red. A massive breakout for Billy. 955, the air is good for Billy. Bit too good, but he's through to round number 2. So going to run the alternates through. So these were the cars that were lined up as alternates in case anybody broke. The trouble is they're some good cars as well. Qualifying was so tough. It's just that some of them were going too quick all the time. We're just breaking up by minuscule margins in qualifying. So got Roy Walker with My Nanny and Me, the Cortina, going alongside Amy Watkins. Roy dialing in 1070, Amy 1062. Harrison, I hope you're having a good time over in Portugal on your stag do this weekend. I'll be amazed if he's up, if he's been out drinking all last night. But there we go. He might be. He might still be out. We just don't know. So a 10.62 and 11.45. Roy Walker guaranteeing himself getting there first by a humongous red light. He just wanted to get to the stripe first. Thanks for the entertainment. Thanks for all the lovely texts I get from Roy. I do look forward to them so much, and these lovely phone calls to me. I cherish those, I really do. One day I'll play them, the recordings. Lee Huxley, the Dark Horse Mustang. Car was going exceptionally well yesterday. I think so. It was going too well every run. So Lee Dahl's 8.55. Oh, 8.55 on the board. Hello, 4 light. Oh, just a shame he couldn't get it qualified yesterday. Just one of those things, but nicely done, Lee. Right, two-seater dragster, Paul Brown, actually doing very well in competition as well this weekend. #1 qualifier. And the passenger, Susan Adron Walker from Peterborough. Now, she came drag racing this morning, expecting to be a spectator, have a nice day out, and nicely done. It was a birthday present. She didn't know anything about it until this morning that she was going out in the two-seater dragster. They're the best surprises, they really are. So Susan thinking, yeah, just have a nice day at the drags, and here she is, going to go down the track in the two-seater dragster, get a low 8-second timing slipper of 165 plus miles an hour. And then she'll be jabbering on about it all day long. Thinking, oh, I want to go and buy a dragster now. .03 light, 8.03, 166 mile an hour run there for Paul Brown. Very nice indeed. Susan, I hope you enjoyed it, and we've got to say thanks to the other person there for stitching her up. It's one of the best stitch-ups ever. Go for a ride in the two-seater. Right, can I have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro, can we have you into the lanes, please? So, Junior Dragster, well done to Kai Cooper yesterday. Also got to mention to Elero Smallworth as well. They ran their carryover final yesterday evening from the Festival of Power. It was just for the trophy, as the points they couldn't carry over. And here she is, Elero Smallworth, picking up a trophy at her first ever event. And she'll be presenting that later on today when we do our trophy presentation. So what a way to start your junior dragster career, making the final. So, got to start all over again. Eliminations, round #1, Finley Fag and Elero Smallworth. 9.28, the dial in for the Dirty Paws Dragster. The Double Trouble Dragster in the other lane, 7.99. So it's going to be Slick Tricks lane going first, and the Kestrel Beer lane will do in the chasing. Also a big shout out and a big thank you to Carl Cox Motorsports for sponsoring the juniors, as in Junior Drag Bike and Junior Drags, and also the Green family. Many thanks to you as well. Put a wonderful package together to support the championship winner. And, you know, it's gratefully received. Thank you so much indeed to the Green family and, of course, to Carl Cox Motorsport. Right, sort this one out at the stripe then. It's going to be a close one. It's a breakout for Ella Rose. 9.16, a bit too quick there. So 7.99 with a 2 on a 7.99 Darling Finley Fack. Nicely done. Right, Jensen Kidley, Amelia Innes, your next pair. You've got a junior stock and a junior modified. Don't forget, this is to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. I'm sure you all know that. So the Darlings then, the all-important Darlings. Going first, Jensen, 11.95. And Amelia, she'll be doing the chasing, 9.06. And the win light goes to Amelia Innes. Jensen got there first, but went way too quick. 9.09 on a 9.06. Amelia is through to round number 2. Chloe Crundwell and Ethan Cannon, next pair. 8.08 plays 9.37. Right, both cars coming up to the line. Ethan Cannon, Chloe Cromwell. So Ethan's on his way. Chloe sets off in chase mode. It's a double breakout, but by the lesser amount. Chloe takes that, 7.99 on an 8.08. So that was a 900ths breakout. It was a 1000ths breakout, or a 10th breakout on the other side. So it is Chloe that takes that one. Lola Bell Kent and Frankie Kent. What a matchup. I missed that one. Well, at least one of them is going to go through. So Lola Bell, she is in the Kestrel lane. Frankie Kent is in the Slick Tricks lane. 8.12 for Lola Bell. Frankie 9.07. Both get a green light. And it's a win for Lola Bell, an 0.2 light. Got there first. Frankie, way too quick there. 8.98 on a 12.18. Tony and Kevin, nicely done. Jake Cooper and Letty Checkett. 8.19 plays 12.18. 4 seconds between them. So Jake's got to be really patient. Don't forget juniordragster.co.uk, the website for everything going on in the world of Junior Dragster. And their new website is really, really good. Driver profiles, all the news, updates, you name it. It's all on there. Oh, Jake Cooper got there first, but he broke out. So it is Letty that takes the win. That was a big old breakout, actually. 797. Wow. Next up, Kai Cooper, #1 qualifier, taking on Ada Cassisi. So 790 dial in for both of them. Ooh. So the tree is going to run the same both sides. No head start. It's all down to driver reactions and who does the better job at the stripe. Don't go red. Well, 0.005 light there for Kai Cooper. Forced Ada to break out. Ada went 784, 799 for Kai. And it is Kai that goes through to round number 2. Neve DV, Tom Peters, your next pair. Great qualifying from Neve. Ended up number 2. Qualifying is one thing, eliminations is where it really counts. Staging duel going on here between Tom Peters and Neve Deevy. 794 plays 810 on the dial-ins. Well, sort this one out at the stripe. And it is Neve Deevy that gets the win. Tom Peters broke out, went too quick. So Neve, 811 on an 810. That will do nicely. Well, I got a few people tuned in. Morning to Jake Fronda. He's put a message on the stream, watching from a family christening, but back for the next one. Fantastic weekend of racing, rooting for Nigel Gregg in the Redneck Racing Rocket. Redneck Red Rocket, there we go. Ian Kilby, morning to all you podcasts, watching from South Australia. 6:15 in the evening, well, a little bit later than that now. Sue Jennings in Bishop Stortford. We've got Debbie Sharp in Wakefield, West Yorkshire. Steve Noble, he's in Cambridgeshire. Sarah Crouch saying good luck to Matt Southcote. And all these lovely messages coming through on the stream. Thank you very much indeed. It is beautiful weather. It is gorgeous weather, actually. As we look at Chev Checkit and Emmy Crundwell. 794 plays 803. So Emmy get the fractional start, very close between them. Oh, Chev got there first, but she broke out. 791 on a 794, so Emmy Crundwell gets the win. Molly Openshaw, Ted Sullivan, your next pair. And can I have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? I've just got another one in Australia, Ian Moore. Very good day to you. So good to see that our reach is worldwide here. Right, it's an 8-flat pairing, this one. Molly Openshaw, Ted Sullivan. But Ted goes red. Only a 0-1, but a cherry on the tree ends his day. So Molly Openshaw takes the win. Ted went 8:02 as well, but unfortunately the red light. Game over. Right, your last pair then. Teddy Howe and Oscar Young. So Oscar Dial is 12.30. Teddy Howe is 9 flat. All right, winner of this one will get Neve Deavy in round number 2. I've got the other matchups here. Kai Cooper will take on Lola Bell Kent. Emmy Crunwell will be taking on Molly Openshaw. Finley Fagg will take on Chloe Crunwell. And Letty Checkett will get Amelia Innes. And that is going to be a win for Oscar Young. Teddy Howe goes red by 0-1. So it's Oscar that goes through. All right, that's a wrap for Junior Dragster for this round. We will see them again a little bit later on as we get ready for Super Pro ET. A little bit of track prep going on out there as we get ready for Super Pro ET. Yep, the glue bird is just going around in circles to mix up the glue in the tank, and then that will be heading off down the quarter mile to put some extra traction down. So time to take a vocal break, hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM, but we will be back with continued eliminations, and it's going to be Super Pro ET coming at you next. Nitro FM, it's all yours. Here we go then, Super Pro ET. Now then, the Super Pro Awards, off the trailer. Number one qualifier was Scott Hauser, so well done to him. Number one qualifier overall, Pete Walters. So he received a trophy for that one. The main award is for the best package in qualifying and eliminations, and that's £250 and a trophy. Obviously, qualifying and eliminations, that one yet to be sorted out. So this is Pete Walters, your number one qualifier. He's out there for a solo run. I'll just very quickly just read a couple of messages out that came in. Stuart Hodgson, he was here. I saw him on Friday actually, but didn't see him in qualifying yesterday. But obviously Kim was driving the car this weekend, but had an issue with the Sirocco. Had an electrical gremlin. They couldn't get it fixed, but the main thing is she's fully licensed. And yep, she's already in the nines. Steve Young, morning to you, mate. Sat in the garden in Eastleigh. Yeah, the weather is good here as well. Good morning to you. Sam Law was here yesterday. Had a good time watching at home today. Will I be at Door Slammers? I wouldn't be anywhere else, quite simple. Perry always keeps in touch, having a great day. And good to see all these people are tuned in from home. I know a lot of you wish you were here, but this is Pete Walters. An 07 light, he's looking for a 712. He goes 708. Oh, wow. A new PB for Pete Walters. It was a .9964. 708. My goodness me. A new PB for Pete Walters. Well, we knew the air was good. The track is superb. Wind direction is helping. And when you get all the ingredients like that, the numbers are going to come. A new PB for Pete. Well done. Right, next up, Callum Swinchat, Tom Atkinson. 840 on the dial-in for Tom. Callum, 892. Good matchup. Two very, very good racers indeed. Two very experienced racers. They both looked at the ladder and thought, oh no, I've got him. So 892 plays 840, 0.52 difference on the tree. Callum's out in front and, whoa, 878. That is a monstrous breakout for Callum Swinchat, and I think that's a new PB for him as well. Right, scoreboard's gone out left side. Right, 836 was the number for Tom Atkinson. 160. I mean, both cars were absolutely hauling. But, yeah, double breakout. But 878 breakout. Goodness me. But it's Tom Atkinson that takes the win. Wow. Well, we continue racing, even though we haven't got a scoreboard on the left-hand side. 796 dial-in for Bailey Ashdown. 764 for Alan Didwell. Yeah, so we are working on the left scoreboard at the moment. But the dial-in is 796. computer system is telling me everything I need to know. Oh, scoreboard's come back up. He'll be pedaling at the stripe, 775. Alan Dibble takes winner breakout for Bailey Ashdown, 793. I'd say the car was working. A wry smile, but a breakout at the same time. So Alan Dibble goes into round number 2. A shout out for the Super Pro ET class sponsors: Pete Nee Memorial, AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, Alders Automotive, The Bath Bloke, Didwell Racing, Dolly's Gift Box, Figures for Figures, Flexi Waste Environmental Services, Garage Thomas Haas, Giles and Hartley Racing, Giles Services Limited, Good Vibrations Motorsport, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Hillcrest Performance, Holly Walters Dental, Hydra Hose, JK Farzik Technic, MJC Property Solutions, Pete Walters Race Designs, Plain Racing, S&B Racing, Slick Tricks, Slow Low Precision, Surrey and Berkshire Scaffolding, Swinny & Son, Team Time is Money, Cud Life, Ultra Plastics, Walters Motorsport, Windscreen Wizards and Slim Chance Racing. Thank you to all of them for being part of the Super Pro sponsorship scheme as we look at Matt Southcott and Joe Stevens. 886 plays 760. $793 takes the win for Matt Southcott there. $996 for Joe. So Matt into round number 2. So a message from Barney. Shout out from Bethany Harrison to Paul Brown and team, second in qualifying after not racing for 6 years. And from Ed Keach's brother in VW Pro, who had some gremlins but got them sorted. Thanks, Barney. Always good to hear from Barney. Right, Leah Kellett with the Dolly Daydream Dragster. 721 on the dialing, going alongside Andy Thetford, 735. But a bit of a struggle, I think, for Andy down there at the moment. Not quite sure what's occurring. No, it's going to be a solo for Leah. So unfortunately, Andy can't make the run here. So Leah Kellett has got the track to herself. Pedal to the metal. Let's go. You don't have to worry about the dial-in here. Absolutely flew yesterday. You go, girl. Come on, come on. Oh, 721 on the button. Oh, she's a tough kid to get around. 721 on the dial. 721 with the 3 on the run. That'll do nicely. Eliminator, 30-minute warning for you. 30-minute warning for Eliminator. Big smoky burnout from Josh Duncan. Should have been alongside Jacqueline, but I haven't got an update on what's... oh, is she there? She's got to be there. Yeah, she is there. Only saw one qualifier from her yesterday. But I don't know any more than that. But she's here. She's in eliminations. But Josh Duncan loves a big burnout, so obviously there's no point in sending Jacqueline so far. So let's have a look at the dial-ins then. They're both going to be in the 7s. We'll just wait for the screen to update. That's right, it's going to be fairly close between them as well. Right, 788 for Josh. And it's a 775 for Jacqueline. Wouldn't surprise me, actually. Josh goes quicker than that. The conditions are really, really good. So Josh is going to go fractionally first, 788 against that 775. Oh, Jacqueline goes red, and Josh Duncan gets out of the groove. Oh, 776 on the 75, but Jacqueline put a cherry on the tree, so it's Josh Duncan that will be going into round number 2. Charlie Seward, Elaine Hancock. Well, Charlie's there, but unfortunately no Elaine. So Charlie's going to get the solo run here. He's going to dial 8.90. Lovely launch. $888 is the number he's been dialing all weekend long. And he breaks out on that one. Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please. Sportsman ET, let's have you into the lanes. Elaine just messaged me to say they are broke. Well, Elaine, I'm gutted because the car was going really well this weekend. Scott Hauser with the bank tidy dragster, 728. He's going to be doing the chasing. AC Bell with the Limpy Slug Firebird, 899 will be going first. And that's Scott Hauser taking the win. AC got there first, but broke out by 200ths. Scott Hauser, 731 takes the win. Right, next pair already doing the burnouts there. Mark Corsell with the ball breaker slingshot taking on that gorgeous Camaro. Phil O'Brien. Right, let's have a look at the dial-ins there. Mark Coulsell, 8.10. Wow. Stout number. Phil O'Brien, 768. Now we're getting close to PB territory. I think Mark is 806, if I remember rightly. Or is it 808? I can't remember. I'll get that through, no doubt. But nevertheless, 8.10, some of the quicker numbers that Mark dials in. He'll be going first, and it'll be Phil O'Brien that will be doing the chasing. 768 for that 68 Camaro. .25 Mark Coulsell, 765 breakout for Phil. An 0-2 light for Mark as well. He did everything right that time. Well done, Mark. Actually, no Aaron Fensamore, actually, but I knew Aaron was broken, but yeah, so neither car making the call on that one. So we move on to ET Bike. Eliminations, round number 1, of course. Alan Davis and Jake Bowden. So for Steve Johnson Transport, the class sponsor for ET Bike. Let's see how our first pair get on then. 950 plays 940s, are only a tenth between these two. Pretty close at the stripe, a double breakout. Alan Davis by the lesser amount. So a 35 on a 40, a 45 on a 50. It came down to the final digits, and it was Davis that takes the win. Your next pair. Leo Lester and Phil Pratt. 887 for Phil. 935 for Leo. Good pairing this. Phil, number 1 qualifier. Oh, and Leo goes red. So it's an automatic win there for Phil. Goes 885. Goes 885. Right, start line instant. We're going to be dealing that one very quickly indeed. Nitro FM, if you can please take over the airways. We'll be back with you soon.
come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey.
Okay, so we are back with our next pair, but unfortunately it's only going to be one of them. I think you pretty much saw what happened there on the start line. Carl Hester coming out of the burnout box there. The bike got out of shape. And unfortunately, Carl parted company from the bike. Is absolutely fine. Very, very good reactions from everybody concerned. Our start line crew were there in a flash and basically told him not to move, so wait for the medics to come down. He got up on his own steam, went to the ambulance that came down, and didn't even need to go to the med centre. They checked him out in the ambulance. He's absolutely fine. And then what was really nice to see, the final part of that, was that Bryn Dance, his opponent, went over and they had a little man hug, if you like, sort of commiserations. And Carl will be back to fight another day, we know that. But it's going to be Bryn on a solo to go into round number 2. There's 9:14, big breakout as well, but it will be Bryn into round number 2. Right, we continue. Nick Pladen and Lefty Martina. 10:55. Plays 10:10. Green light drag race. So Nick Pladen out in front. Lefty doing the chasing. Well, Lefty's caught past and goes way too quick in the process. I could see that coming a mile away. 9:73 on the 10:10. A 007 light there for Nick Pladen. He still broke out when 10:50, but when your opponent breaks out by a monstrous margin, 9:73 on the 10:10, that tells you all you need to know. So Nick Pladen into round number 2. Chris Venn and Declan Butt. What a story Declan Butt is having in ET bike. Came from the world of junior drag bike last season. And he's got the round win here. Chris Venn goes red by 007. So Declan, 9:20 on the dial in, 9:20 on the run. The story continues. He's going to be one to watch this year. Oh, and he's got Phil Pratt in round 2. Marquee matchup in round 2 of ET bike. Right, next up, Peter Harrison on the Ducati taking on Justin Moulton. $11.15 against 10. There's 1.15 difference on the tree. Peter Harrison goes first. There he is. And there goes Justin in pursuit. Justin gets there first, but goes too quick. So 11.23. Peter Harrison has got the win. Justin breaks out by nearly 2/10. Just over a 10th difference on reaction time advantage, but Peter did everything right there. Scott Collier, Casey Holgate. Scott qualified in the number 2 spot, Casey number 10. Casey dials 9.75. Scott 9.52. So not a huge amount of difference on the tree. Let's see them, off they go. Who's got a better bike? It is Scott Collier. They had identical reaction times. Identical. 0.154. 9.71. Casey got there first, broke out. Scott Collier, 9.52 with a 2 on a 9.52 dial. So Scott Collier into round number 2. Right, your last pair then. Robbie Dobby taking on Michael Gooding. Well, Robbie's there. And there's no Michael Gooding. So Robbie will get the solo here. I'm never going to tire of saying this all season long, but 50 years Robbie's been racing. And tries to cut a good light. 006 red. $9.79 on a $9.76 dial. So Robbie Dobby into round number 2. Matchups. Let's just quickly give those to you. Well, we know the marquee matchup then. Phil Pratt taking on Declan Butt. Peter Harrison has got Robbie Dobby. Scott Collier has got Nick Playden. And Alan Davis has got Bryn Dance. As we go to VW Pro as our next class. Oh, look at the front wheel wobble as it comes out of the burnout there. That's James Gould with the Team Militia VR6 powered altered. Unfortunately, no John Mills. The little Horace Beetle did see the Facebook update yesterday from John. The little Beetle not very well at all. So James Gould is going to be on a solo here. Darlin, 9 flat. Goes 932, 138, books his spot in round number 2. Next up then, Mark Taylor for the Blue Leon Racing, 985 on the dial-in. Well, congratulations, Mark. His first ever 9-second pass yesterday. Going alongside Michael Strachan, 10 flat on the dial-in for Michael. Good matchup, this one. Can Mark Taylor back up his 9 from yesterday? Conditions are spot on to do it. Mark Taylor flat out. What's he got for us this time? 990 on a 985 dial. So Mark Taylor backs up his 9 from yesterday. He's got another one there, and he goes into round number 2. Michael Strachan, 1095, a little bit off the 10 he ran. He was well, he was looking for. Dave Henderson, Nigel Gregg, your next pair. Jake Fronder, I know he's tuned in to this one. Well, good morning to you once again, Jake. And there goes Nigel. Dave Henderson off in pursuit. 1270 plays 1089 on the dial-ins. Nigel's way out in front and breaks out 1261. So a little bit too keen was Nigel there. Car working really well, but too well. So it's Dave Henderson that takes the win. Right, next pair underneath the tower. It is, of course, the one and only Top Fuel Carl. It's Carl Goldsmith. And that looks like the VW Golf. Luke Stevenson, the Don. So 11 flat dial-in for Carl Goldsmith with the Beetle. Luke Stevenson, 1144. So it will be Luke setting off first. Well, it's his tree that will run first, his side of it. It'll be down to Carl to do the chasing. So let's see how they get on then. Luke Stevenson, defending VW Pro champion. Oh, but Luke has a problem there. Oh, and so does Carl. Whoa. I think Carl has only got one drive shaft left, and Luke's got no drive at all. Now Luke is going to try and see if he can get to the top end to beat Carl. Carl's limping at the stripe, but Carl gets there at 40 mile an hour, 22-second pass to take the win. That was bizarre. That was really, really bizarre. But Carl Goldsmith, my goodness me. Well, you'd rather be lucky than good sometimes, but a 22-second run takes the win. But I can only assume from that he was one-wheel drive, and every time he hit it, they just tried to spin him around. The invisible slalom from Carl Goldsmith. Well, next up is going to be Jacob Bailey. What a weekend he's had, going alongside the Lupo of Danny Bean. But the tractor's just going to go out and have a little sweep up in the slick tricks lane. I tell you what, I need to get my breath back after that. Nitro FM 96.2, they're always there for us. If they can take the airways, we'll be back really shortly with more fun, more antics, and goodness knows what else here at the Springspeed Nationals. Okay, so that was a very quick sled. And we look at Jacob Bailey and Danny Bean. Well, as I say, this weekend is full of stories, and none more probably dramatic than Jacob Bailey. Top-end incident on the test day. He went through the finish line over 150 mile an hour, but the back end got a bit loose and basically clattered the wall both sides, and they thought that was it. Well, weekend over, season over almost, but no. With wood, with jacks, with some muscle power, they got the back end straightened out, got it all back together, and then Jacob qualified number 4. Just brilliant. Alongside Danny Bean. So the dial-ins then, 1170 plays 1080. Oh, and problems for Danny Bean. So Jacob, well, he can lift and coast now, which he's done, and takes the win with a 1240. What a strange day this is. Oh no, Danny Bean being pushed back. The weirdness continues. All right, next up then, Rob Carter. He's just sitting there patiently waiting to roll forward to do his burnout. Car we normally see in Street Eliminator, but no Street Eliminator this weekend, so he's running in VW Pro. Going alongside Paul Braithwaite with the wonderfully named gaffer tape and zip tie Beetle. 1185 on the dial-in for Paul, 740 for Rob Carter. Now that Rob has really been pushing this car hard this weekend. It has been right on the brink. But he's using it, well, obviously he wants to race, but he wants to get the most out of this car as well, and the only way he's going to do it is data. Oh, cherry on the tree for Paul, so it is a win for Rob. Rob is absolutely hauling at the top end there. 753, 187 mile an hour pass. 12.25 for Paul Braithwaite, but a cherry on the tree told the story. So it's Rob Carter that goes through into round number 2. Chris Waterhouse taking on Josh Lee. 12 flat, place 1280, so Josh will be going first with the Golf, and then it'll be the Audi doing the chasing. Green light drag race. So sort this one out at the top end. Josh Lee 1280, Chris 12 flat. And it's a 1207 for Chris Waterhouse, takes that one there. Josh Lee backed out of it a little bit too much at the stripe. He did have the advantage off the line, but it was Chris Waterhouse that takes the win. Right, Ed Keach for White Label Motorsport down there with a Porsche. A dial-in of 10.99, going alongside Phil Blogg, also for White Label Motorsport, 10.45. So teammates. So Ed will be going first with the Porsche. Off it goes, and there goes Phil in pursuit. Well, Phil has pulled alongside, is ahead, and takes the win with a 1082 to lose out 1174. So Phil Blogg moves into round number 2. James Hodson, former VW Pro champion, knows how to win races. Should have been alongside Thomas Webb with the Golf, but Thomas unable to make the call. So James Hodson is going to get the solo here. A dial-in of 1040. And a breakout run, doesn't matter though, 1036. Right, Adam Williamson with the Seat Leon. Unfortunately, Olivia Carter broken, unable to make kick down for this one. Adam coasting up the stripe. Goes through with a 1770. Right, next up, Charlie Roberts with the VW up, but with the 5-pot engine in it. Haven't seen Charlie race for a while. Good to see him back, but just needs to sort his I don't know if it's his harness or the window net or whatever, but get that one done. Going alongside Wayne Gill, 8.90 the dial-in for the Golf. One very rapid machine indeed. Ran a 906 best in qualifying. Got one more pair after this in VW Pro. massive top end charge for Wayne Gill. But Charlie Roberts takes it, 13.03, 8.93 for Wayne Gill. What a storming run that one was. But it is Charlie that takes the win by 0.3 at the stripe. Ooh, that was tight in the end. But reaction time for Wayne was his undoing there. Didn't have a chance to really sort of get it up on boost and launch. Right, your last pair then, Ben Mace and Abby Tether. 12.80 for Abby. She'll be going first in the golf, and then it'll be Ben Mace doing the chasing. 10.91 with the e-tron. One of the quieter races. So Ben drives around Abby and takes the win, 10.97 to a 13.05. So Ben Mace into round number 2. Right, as we switch to VW Sportsman. First pair then, Kaz Waterhouse with the Audi TT, 15 flat on the dial-in. She's going to have to be patient by just over half a second as Jack Young will be leaving first with the Audi A3, a dial-in of 15.55. Both away. Well, Kaz is alongside. Jack Young pulling away. Jack Young got there too quick, 15.22. That's a breakout. So Kaz Waterhouse has the win. Right, next up then, Connor Micallef, Jason Anslow. Got to say once again, thank you ever so much, Dee, for the wood carving to Jason Anslow. Really do appreciate it, and I love the reason he does it as well. Those of you that know Jason really appreciate it, and yeah, really, really cool. Pride of place in my office that will be tonight when I get home. And he dials 13.51, but Connor will be doing the chasing, 13.40. Let's see how the Beetle and the Sirocco get on here. Oh, look at the hop, skip and the jump there for Jason. And a loss of motion, unfortunately. So Connor, let's have a look at him. I think he's coasting towards the stripe. Takes that one with a 15.70. So Connor Micallef through to round number 2. And Jason just, well, I think he's actually stopped now. So yeah, lost all drive and yeah, no motion whatsoever. So going to be a retrieval at the top end there. So yeah, the strange day continues here at the Springspeed National. So once again, Nitro FM can take the airwaves, and we'll be back with you as we continue eliminations, this time in VW Sportsman. Back with you soon. Here we go once again then, Jerry Sadler taking on Tom Circuit. Now, the Fug, or the Fugitive. Fug 4 as they're calling it. 13.25 dial-in for Tom, but it'll be Jerry Sadler going first. Birthday boy from Friday, dialing a 14.80. Oh, dear, oh dear. Tom goes red. So Jerry Sadler gets the win. So 14.52 is big old break, and in fact they both break out. But it's Jerry Sadler that's got the win. Laurie Anslow, Gareth Bates up next. So it's the Leon against the Beetle. So Laurie Anslow takes that one 14.13 against a breakout 14.97. As we wait for our next pair to roll forward, it is Jordan Clark with the Thunderbug against Justin Foley with the Red Dwarf. The dial-ins then, 12.90 plays 13.20, going to be Justin going first. Both away. Jordan out front, but no, Justin out front. Now they're neck and neck. Jordan out front. Jordan takes the win, 14.67 to lose out 15.19. That one had everything. George Miller with Sonic, the TT. And then you got Jackie Roan down there with the Beetle. 18 flat plays 14.10, 3.9 second difference on the tree. Well, both into pre-stage. There goes George. There goes Jackie. Right, Jackie be leaving first. There she goes. George sets off in pursuit. And that's a win for George Miller. 14.34 against a loser, 18.05 all. Well, nicely judged run for Jackie, but it is George Miller that takes the win. Okay, George Todd with the Drag Dune, the VW Polo 1230, taking on number one qualifier, defending VW Sportsman champion. Of course, it's your mum with Lily Stevenson behind the wheel. So this is where the title defence really starts. Did brilliantly in qualifying. Now she's got to go rounds. But we know she can do it. But can George? No, he's gone red. So it is Lily Stevenson that takes the round one win. George, I think, was very keen to get that done, and a bit of a rather large cherry on the tree. It's 13.10 to 13.61, so Lily on point. Tom Wilkinson Foster, he puts a little thank you message on the back. Cheers, Tom. Appreciate that, mate. Going alongside Ross Page. Okay, they're off and running. So 15 flat plays 12.85. And 15.06. Tom takes that one. A 12.80 breakout. Ross Page got their second as well. So Tom doing everything right there. John Gallant with the original Tacker-Cat. The Sirocco taking on Stuart Playford. 17.5 for the Beetle. That'll be going first. 16.8. John doing the chasing. Just 0.7 of a second difference on the tree. Staging jump. Oh no, they both go in. Can I have Eliminator and Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Eliminator and Super Street Bike into the lanes. Right, let's have a look at these two. John Gallant's going to get there first and does. 17.23 for the win against an 18.86. So John into round number 2. So Phil Sewell then with the Brick Shift House going alongside Rob Sheriff with the loaded diaper. Well, in actual fact, the diaper could be overloaded as I'm not able to take the run. So Phil going to be on a solo. So you got a 13.7 dial-in for this 3 litre, I think it was Vauxhall Power that Luke told me yesterday. 15.09 just off the gas at the strike. So Phil into round number 2. Paul Robinson with the Porsche 944. 16.08 dial in for him. He'll be leaving first and then going to be chased by the Audi TT. For White Label Motorsport, Josh Culling. 16.08, place 13.65. So Paul Robinson, yeah, takes it, 16.14. He was out in front. So the Porsche makes it to round number 2. Josh, 14.34. As we look at our next pair then. Poppy Hunter and Aaron Lang. Got to say thank you ever so much to Cherry Pop team for the gift yesterday. Really appreciate that. 13.48 dial in for Poppy. She'll be doing the chasing. It'll be Aaron going first. As they close up at the stripe, it's a win for Aaron Lang, 14.48 against a loseout, 13.96. So Aaron into round number 2. All right, Bruce Harvey with the Audi TT. 13.67. Against Martin Ayton, 20.6 for the golf. Just under 7 seconds difference on the tree. 6.93 seconds difference. Here we go. So there goes Martin. Went out in the two-seater Dragster yesterday. And, well, problems there for Martin. Bruce has driven past already. And takes the win. 15.84 there for Bruce. Now, I don't know if Martin is still rolling. I think he's ground to a halt. Or if he's moving at like sort of 5 miles an hour. It's limping. It's in limp mode. It's approaching the finish line, but it's crawling along. And has now stopped. So the quad comes out from the top end. Those of you tuned to the live stream got a perfect view of this. So the quad has appeared from the top end, which is going to hook up the tow rope to it. And we'll get Martin around through the scrutineering exit as we got our next pair lined up beneath us, ready to go. So a weird weekend for Martin. The car didn't make it up the quarter mile, but yesterday he was in the 8s in the back of the two-seater Dragster. So there we go, quad now attached to the golf, and as they get under their way. So heading up now to the scrutineering exit. So those of you on the live stream got a good view of that. Goes underneath the gantry. Right, so we got our next pair lined up below us. Polly Judge in a Porsche this weekend. Oh. So again, another one of the quieter cars. Quieter pair of cars, I should say. Both petrol. Or say both engine driven, I'll say, not electric, but both totally street cars with silencers and everything. Let's have a look at the dial-ins then. Polly, 1720. She'll be going first, and then Phil Jones with the cunningly disguised 69 Beetle, which would be a normal race car. But then Polly should have been in an Audi TT, but neither of these two are in their normal race cars. Off and running. And the win goes to Phil Jones, 16.75. He glues out 17.53. So well done there to Phil. 2 pairs to go. This is Lorraine Large taking on Sophie Emma Lee. So the Beetle and the Sirocco. 16.15 dial-in for Sophie. 14.25 from the dial-in Ball of Doom for Lorraine. Okay, so there goes Sophie. Oh, Lorraine goes red. No. Right, now I'm going to say to Lorraine, break out. Big style. Go on. Oh, 14.24. That was close. 16.27. The win for Sophie. As we go to our last pair then. And it's Morgan Wilson and Fran Herbert. The Havoc Misdemeanor Beetle. 1750 on the dial-in. Fran looking for a 1525. 2.25 second difference on the tree. The Beetle goes first. Oh, it's a double breakout, but Morgan takes it. 1745, breaks up by 500ths. 1900th breakout for Fran. So it is Morgan Wilson. It's through to round number 2. And that's a wrap for VW Sportsman. As we head to Sportsman ET. Right, your first pair then. Both dialing in the 13s, but it's a 1376 for Ben Jeffrey with the 370Z. And the family cat, the Jag, is a 1325. Right, both away on a green light. Pretty tight at the stripe, but it's a win for Ben Jeffrey there. 14.04 against a lose-out 13.33. Reaction time advantage there for Ben. So net result was a whole shot win. Right, the Monster Maverick taking on the Suzuki Swift. So it is Adam Wakefield and Jordan Griffin. Only 600ths of a second dial difference between these two. Adam is the 1355, Jordan 1349. Well, Adam Wakefield pulling away, but it's different performance characteristics between these two as Jordan Griffin now closes in. And it is a win for Jordan Griffin, 1366 against a lose-out 1368. Michael Dowdy and Sylvia Purcell, a race of the ragtops. So the dial-ins then, 1510 plays 1410, 1 second between them. Michael Dowdy going first with the Corvette. And then it'll be Sylvia doing the chasing with the Mustang. So the Corvette out in front, but here comes Sylvia with the Mustang. And it's a breakout for Michael Dowdy, goes 14.96. So Sylvia takes that win at 14.22. There's nothing between them on reaction times. But it is Sylvia that takes the win, goes into round number 2. Lewis Gilbert, Ian Bunce up next. Mustang and the Camaro. And it's the Camaro going first. 1550 against a 1460 for Ian. Well, Lewis out in front. You can see it on the live stream, but here comes the Mustang. Lewis Gilbert takes that 1565 to lose out 1463. Gary Lake with the roulette vet, 1267 dialing, going to have to be very patient indeed. Sophie Evans, 18.95 on the dial in, so it's over 6 seconds that Gary Lake has to wait. Oh, Sophie goes red. It was only a 0-3, so Gary Lake gets a freebie here. Oh, double breakout. 1263 breakout for Gary, but 1811 on an 1895. That's a huge breakout. Right, it's Alex Pryor taking on Lorna Collins. Now, this is a rematch from Eliminations round 2 from the Festival of Power, which Lorna won, as Alex red lit last time. And thanks for the update from Alex, gave me the info. So let's have a look at the dial-ins. 1554 for Lorna, 1470 for Alex. Well, it's a green light race this time. And can I have Outlaw Flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Flat 4. Fairly even towards the stripe, and it's a double breakout. Lorna Collins, 2-0 for this season so far, as she had the lesser of the 2 breakouts. Clive Dandridge and Chris Cresswell. Whoa, it's a good matchup. All right, it's a green light race. So let's have a look at the numbers then. 1457 for Chris, 1237 for Clive. Oh, it's a breakout for Chris. He had a much better light as well. Went too quick. So 1237 takes the win. Can I please have Super Comp into the lanes, please? Super Comp, let's have you into the lanes, please. That's our next pair are down there. Terry Attree and Steph Pateman. $18.85 plays $13.85. 5-second difference on the tree. There goes Terry. And Steph sets off. And a double breakout. Terry by a huge margin there. 1871 on 85. Steph 82 on an 85. So that is Steph Pateman that takes the win. Brian Huxley, Craig Flinders. And, well, as Brian is down there, can we do a shout out to Trevor Newman? A massive thanks for his support for the Huxley family. Darren's messaged me that one. Cheers, Darren. We've got 3 Huxleys racing in Sportsman ET. Here's the first one. It's Brian, 1350 on the dial, but Craig will be going first, 1550. And it's going to be Brian Huxley into round number 2. Craig Flinders goes red. Let's have a look at the numbers at the stripe anyway. 1540 breakout, 1339 breakout, but the red light told the story. And it is Brian into round number 2. Yeah. Next up, Georgina Smith and Troy Attree. 1820 plays 1223. It's another one of those near on 6-second dial-in differences. Oh, people wandering around at the top end. We've got just doing a track check. Okay, good to go. So Troy Attree then with the Blue Temptation Camaro, 1223 on the dial in. Georgina, she'll be going first with the Audi A3, 18.20 for her. So Troy is in chase mode then. Can he catch Georgina? Short answer is, well, yes and no. Yes, he did catch her. Went past her, but went too quick. Georgina takes the win, 1845 against a loser at 1221. Yeah, if you go quicker than you're dialing. I love it. Matt Holsall always got a message on the back window. Today's mission, beat Dan or be a sad man. He's always got something to say. So the Moonshine Escort looking for a 1270. Dan Holloway, 12 flat. Well, Mud Flat Matty, I am loving the way this car goes now. The turbo has made a real difference. I love the way he spells mission as well. So both in stage, 0.7 difference on the tree. Here we go. Oh, Matty goes red. So it's a win for Dan. Let's have a look at the numbers anyway. Let's see how quick Matty can go. 12:38. Truth, that was moving. 11:97 for Dan. He breaks out as well. But as I say, that race was decided at the start line. Cherry on the tree. But at 12:38, he'll take that all day long. Right, it's your number 1 qualifier, Michael Lindsay. Sticking with a 1698 that served him so well. And number 1 qualifier, the way this one worked out, gets the buy run. That goes in 1802. All right, next up, it's Aaron Springford taking on Ruby Huxley. Once again, Trevor Newman, you get a shout out here. So you've got 3 shout outs coming in this round. And of course, I wonder if Colin and Lynn are tuned in again. As Aaron Springford is down there. 12.10 on the dial-in. 18.64 dial-in for Ruby. Well, there goes Ruby. Aaron's put the newspaper down now. Gets ready to go. And now launches. Oh, it's a breakout, a pair. Ruby 1861, a 1205. So that's 500s breakout for Aaron, 300s breakout for Ruby. It's Ruby Huxley that takes the win. Right, getting towards the last couple of pairs now. Eva Huxley and Kirsty Tram. 12 flat for Kirsty. Eva 1639. So, final one then, Darren Huxley did message us morning, can we do a shout out for Trevor Newman when Eva, Brian and Ruby are racing? A massive thanks for his support. Consider that one well and truly done, Darren. So 1639, Eva going first with the BMW and then Kirsty doing the chasing with the Camaro. 4.39 seconds difference on the tree. Oh, 1640 on a 1639 from Eva Huxley and a O2 light. That is a tough combination to get round. Kirsty Tran with 1204 but didn't have an answer. Eva Huxley through. Right, your last ones then. Pete Walters taking on Ricky Hale. Last pair in Sportsman ET. So 1635 for Ricky. 1225 for Pete Walters. And 1231 takes the win there for Pete Walters. Ricky goes 1642. Good race, just 0.8 between them at the stripe. So I think we got Comp Eliminator up next. So pairings for round number 2 in Sportsman ET. He's going to see Michael Lindsay taking on Brian Huxley, Gary Lake taking on Pete Walters, Steph Pateman taking on Lorna Collins, Lewis Gilbert takes on Dan Holloway, Clive Dandridge gets the bye run, Jordan Griffin has got Georgina Smith, Eva Huxley has got Ruby Huxley. Hey, well, one of them's guaranteed to go into round number 3. And then, of course, our last pair to announce is Ben Jeffrey taking on Sylvia Purcell. So that's where we are. It is, I believe, Comp Eliminator up next. A little bit of track prep before they go. So Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves just for a moment. Back with you soon with more eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Here we go then, round one eliminations of Comp Eliminator, and it's the Williams brothers. And in fact, it's both the Williams brothers, of course. Dan William taking on Nick Williams. And can I please have 850 bike and 950 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 850 and 950 bike into the lanes. Well, Keith is going to stand slap bang in the middle. Dad to obviously his two lads out there. So Dan Williams' index is 1078. Nick's is 1120. Now, bizarrely, both of these cars were Keith's. And that's about one of them still is Keith, actually. It's the Nova that Nick is driving. Well, Nick, ooh, that's interesting at the stripe. It is Nick Williams that takes it 0.006 at the stripe. Dan was coasting. I think he was a dead duck there, 105 at the stripe. But Nick Williams drives around him at the stripe, takes the win, 11.02. Whoa. That was odd. But anyway, the win margin, 0.06 at the stripe. They're having a debrief. They forgot about the next team car coming through. Right, Spencer Tram. What's he got for us then? Number one qualifier. Index of 1168. Now he's going to launch hard and then he'll lift and coast at the stripe. Doesn't want to damage his index at all. And obviously save the car for. Should have been alongside Emma Goddard. Now we know Emma had only one qualifier and the glitch, unable to continue. So Spencer gets a bye run. Where bizarrely in the semi-final he gets a bye into the final. So there we go, lift and coast. 1187. All right, now we have a race between the two sumo cars. Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog taking on Lloyd Perkins. So it's well, it's a heads-up race, as simple as that. They both have an index of 799. Quite simply, whoever gets to the top end first will win. There's no breakouts in Comp Eliminator. A winner of this will take on Nick Williams. So Kev just closing the door, making sure Lloyd is ready to rock and roll. Lloyd just got to roll into pre-stage and then they can go into stage. waiting patiently. Here we go. Both into pre-stage. Rob rolls in. Here goes Lloyd. 3 drops. Oh. Rob got the jump, but Lloyd got the job done. 766 at 176 against an 880 at 110. But it was an 0.2 like to an 06. But it is Lloyd that will race Nick in the semi-final, and Spencer gets the bye. Right, Top Fuel bike. It's their last qualifier. Just the 2 bikes this weekend. And let's have a look. I've got them both there. So Steve Willett with the dealer just sat in the burnout box waiting patiently. He's going to get the call to fire up in a moment. And then, of course, Neil Midgley. Similar position. But he's further back. But they're both crouched down next to their bikes, ready to fire up. So Top Fuel bike, their final qualifier. After that, it will be Super Street bike eliminations. And that's where we whittle them down to 8, from 8 to 4. And then we continue with our sportsman racers. I've got Outlaw Flat 4 in the lanes, their last qualifier. And then we go into more eliminations with Super Comp, 850 bike, 950 bike. They're all in the lanes, eager to get the job done. But this is Top Fuel bike. Well, at the moment, Steve is on a 6:31. So different procedures from these machines. Basically, Neil will do his burnout. Then once he's rolling back, there we go. Steve Willett fires his bike up. Steve doesn't do his burnout across the start line when Neil does. So Steve doesn't want the bike running for longer than necessary. Well, he did just roll over the start line, but safe is not far. Oh, problems for Steve. So Neil Midgley has the track to himself. A launch, 106 to 60 foot for Neil, so he's just going to coast it up the stripe. And that's fact, the parachute's come out already. So he'll drag that up the racetrack as they go back to the pits. And next time you see them, it will be the race for eliminations. Right, Super Street bike up next. Going to be very, very interesting indeed. Alan Morrison is on a bye run. Margot Schmidt will be taking on Rudy Zorzi. Josh Stubbins taking on Chris Reed. But the marquee matchup is Daniel and Jake. Going to be very interesting to see how they get on. In actual fact, they've just been given the signal to come forward. And it's Margot coming round first. Going to be taking on Rudy. Now, the next time after this event we see Super Street Bike will be at the main event. And normally have a bumper entry of Super Street bikes as they race for the European glory. Right, here we go. Oh, Junior Drag Bike. Can we have you into the lanes, please? Junior Drag Bike, let's have you into the lanes. As there was nothing between these two in qualifying, 7.1 and 7.1 a pair. It was just the next digit along that made the difference. 7.11 for Margot, 7.13 for Rudy. That can be made and lost on the tree. It's all about getting to the top end first now. Oh, Rudy gets the jump. They're trying to close the gap, but it's a 7.01 for Rudy Zorzi, 7.08 for Margot, both of them 210 miles an hour. But it is Rudy that you'll see in round number 2. Right, the one we've been waiting for then. Daniel and Jake. Now, Jake had a nightmare in qualifying. It's very rare that you see him bottom of the pile. 8.36 was his best in quali yesterday. 6.82 from Daniel. But this is race day. Anything can happen. So we're looking for 60 foots around about 118 to 120. But first of all, we're looking for a green light race, which we've got. 120 a pair to the 60 foot. Looks like Daniel's pulling away. Indeed, he has 6.72. 223 mile an hour pass there. And in fact, it was Daniel ahead by the 330 foot there. Jake with problems this weekend, very unusual for him. But it is Daniel with a storming 6.72. At 2.23, he's through to the next round. All right, Chris Reed and Josh Stubbins. Oh, someone's lost fire. It's Boyce. And but starts it up again. No, I know Stacey and Boyce have got to disappear this afternoon. Off to a family birthday. Oh, Boyce is away. And then so is Josh. Good race. Josh just pulling ahead at the stripe, and he takes it 7 flat for a 7.41, both over 200 mile an hour again. Right, Alan Morrison on a solo pass here then. Going to be taking on Rudy Zorzi. As soon as he takes the green, that is the field set for the semi-finals for Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike. $117 to 60 foot for Alan Morrison. That is hauling. 6.77 at 217 mile an hour. Wow. Not as quick as Daniel's 6.72, but it was the 60 foot at 117. Moving on. Right, last qualifier for Outlaw Flat 4s. Only 3 cars in attendance this weekend. And I know there should have been more, and there will be more. But I know they have really suffering with parts supply at the moment. Getting hold of specialist parts for these cars. So there will be more, but this is Adam Lowe and Darren Shepherd. And there is only 1/100th of a second between these two in qualifying. Darren is number 1 on a 10.78. Adam is number 2 on a 10.79. What's Adam got for us? 10.75. He takes the number 1 spot there. Now Shepherd, 2 issues on the run there. Got it gathered up towards the stripe, but it's Adam Lowe that goes into number 1. Now then, have I got Mark Elchingham down there? No, I haven't. So that is the field set for Outlaw Flat 4 as we now continue into Super Comp round 1 eliminations for 772 coatings. Your first pair, the Mystic Dragster, beautifully prepared car. Ellie Mae Brown going alongside the gorgeous Hailing Island Garage Ziva Camaro. So 8.90 class index for Super Comp. And you got number 5 qualifier Stevie Gates taking on number 12 qualifier Ellie Mae Brown. Stevie Gates takes that one with a 9.02. Lose that there, 9.42. Right, next up then, Andy Flower with the Hellcat alongside Dave Fulton. Let's have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Pro ET, as we look at Dave Fulton and Andy Flower. And Dave Fulton takes that 9.19. That's right, 9.19 a pair. But it's Dave Fulton that got there first. Right, Leah Kellett, Charlie Seward. Now then, Leah, I mean, the car is awesome. No denying it, but they just couldn't get it the right side of index yesterday. 8.89 qualified, number 14. Okay, alongside Charlie Seward. Now, Charlie, he's doing all right at the moment. He's been winning events, but then Leah's been winning championships. Let's see. Good pairing, this. Very good pair indeed. Seaward got there first. He broke out 8.88, a win for Leah, 8.92. Right, next up then, Richard Tunstall. And I've got to say to the whole team, for Richard and to Jasmine, who's been driving this car in Supergas, so they're number 1 qualifier in both classes. And rightfully so, they put this all in memory of Kev this weekend, who built this car a few years ago, sadly departed. And if he's looking down, he's going to be a very, very proud dad, granddad, you name it. As Richard Tunstall, 8.89. Oh, this is good. Right, Super Comp, and there is a racer at home who's doing a rebuild, and he's just fired up, and he says it runs. Nathan Hulks, well done, mate. That is great. Real good news. So we'll see you soon. So he's watching the coverage to see Paul Brown and Brett Featherstone line up together here. Let's see then. Paul Brown qualified 2, Brett qualified 9. Doesn't mean anything anymore. All about the racing. And at the stripe it is 8.93, takes the win there, Paul Brown. To lose out 8.97 for Brett, and of course Paul cracking light as always. Sam Fairhurst, Jeff Cowley up next. Such a good class to, well, so good to see Supercomp with such a resurgence. 15 cars this weekend, there's more to come as well. Main event could be very interesting in Supercomp. We get some of our foreign visitors come over. So Jeff Cowley and Sam Fairhurst, and it is a breakout for Jeff. Sam Fairhurst takes that 9.07. Jeff went 8.80. Right, class sponsor then, Warren Watts. Race number is 772 in reference to his company, 772 Coatings. Taking on Ryan Garrett with a Valiant. Great launch from both of them. Well, Ryan had his nose out in front, but he got there too quick. 8.84, 8.88 for Warren Watts, double breakout. Warren actually took the stripe. But, he's through to round number 2. Last pair. Sky Collier taking on John Bean. John Bean goes red, so Sky Collier. We'll be seeing Sky in round number 2. Count for John Bean, 8.87. So Sky doing everything right. An 0.3 light and an 8.92. That's a few boxes ticked there for Sky. $8.50 bike, round number 1. Your first pair. Well, in actual fact, it's not a pair, it's a buy run. It's for number 1 qualifier. So Nigel Martis with El Barraco. Went 8.50 with a 2 in qualifying. $8.40 this time, but he's through. All right, next up it's the Colonel, Carl Thomas, alongside Stacey Reed. It's a good looking race, and it's a double breakout. 8:28 for Stace, 8:37 for Carl. Boys, have a good, if you can see me, have a good birthday bash this afternoon, mate. We'll see you soon. Yeah, so they're going to pack up and leg it out of here now. Yeah, we've got a family birthday bash to attend this afternoon and into the evening, of course. Right. No Igor, unfortunately, so it's Nefty Martina on a solo here for the Tom and Jerry Suzuki. $9.15 of 158. Next up, Mohammed Hussein and Pete Wise. So this, of course, is JKE Raceworks, 850 bike eliminations, round number 1 here. And, well, Mohammed just basically left before the tree even was activated, let alone run. So Pete Wise gets the win with an 8:54. Nicely judged, Pete. All right, Paul Hazel and Steve Jackson. Steve in the Kestrel lane. Paul is in the Slick Tricks lane. Pete Wise awaits the winner of this one. Here, throttling back there, 894. Taking the win against Steve. Right, Gary Hester taking on Pete Slater. That's an 862, taking the win on a whole shot there, actually. 854 for Gary Hester. But it's Pete Slater takes the win by 0.6 at the stripe. Right, your last pair then. Paul Morris, Damien Hope. visible difference off the line there. Paul Morris out in front. And takes the win there. 880 to lose out 898. Move on to 950 bike. So Matt Gatland. Oh, reboot. Just a pause in proceedings at the moment. Right, whilst it's doing that, let's have a quick look, make sure I haven't missed anything. Want to read out in junior drag bike. Want to announce in Pro ET. So yeah, I'm all up to date at the moment. Right, so where are we? 950 bike at the moment. It'll be junior drag bike up next, and then Pro ET and Supergas. Really good conditions for racing out there. The sun's been out for quite a while now, actually. Put some heat into the track. The wind isn't too bad today. Thank goodness. It is a crosswind, but the flags are sort of making an attempt to flutter. But the wind has certainly dropped down a lot, which we really appreciate. A couple of weeks ago, it was, well, we had to reduce the race distance for the bikes to the 8th mile. The wind was so strong. So here we go then. Matt Gatland taking on Alex Hope, round 1 of 950 bike. The Evans family, class sponsor, thank you to them. Neck and neck at the stripe, double breakout, but by the lesser amount, Alex Hope takes it. 9:45 to lose out 9:37. Come Junior Dragster to the pairing lanes, please. Junior Dragster, let's have you to the pairing lanes. Let's look at our next pair then. Harvey Taylor and TCA, Thomas Cook Abbott, of course. Nothing between them at the stripe. It's a double breakout. Thomas Cook Abbott. Oh, 9:49.98. 2:10 thou breakout, almost perfect. 9:39 with a 9. So it's TCA that takes the win. Hayden Michelle, Dion Hartley. Last pair in 950. Whoever wins this will be taking on Thomas Cook Abbott in the semis. And it's a double breakout, but Hayden Michelle, 9:46, the lesser of the two takes the win. 9:39 for Dion. So it's Hayden that'll be taking on TCA. Oh, nice matchup. Right, junior drag bike. Got some shout outs here actually. Darcy Cordell has asked, could we please give a shout out to Hugo and Hetty, who are watching at home on the live stream. Make sure you're watching now, as it is junior drag bike. And Cam Cordell has asked, could we give a shout out to his girlfriend Scarlett? Consider that done. First pair then, Aisha Harris, Jackson King. 1060 plays 9:45. So it's Jackson doing the chasing, pretty level at the... Oh, Jackson breaks out 9:43, so Aisha takes it a 10:75. But a PB this weekend for Jackson King. Can't deny the young lad's got speed. But it is Aisha that takes it. Sam Hope, Maggie Smallman, next pair. 8.46 for Maggie. Got to be a little bit patient on the line. Is Sam going first? Dial-in of 8.90. Don't forget, it's to the 8th mile. Class sponsor Carl Cox. Thank you ever so much indeed, Carl Cox Motorsports. All right, a breakout for Maggie, got there first. 8.93 and against an 8.39. And they had identical reaction times of 0.133. How about that? Lyra Humber and Sophie Pollen, next pair. 9.99 for Lyra, but going first is going to be Sophie. Oh, sorry, Lyra going first, 9.99. Sophie Pollen doing the chasing, 8.15. All right, green light on both sides of the tree. And a breakout for Lyra. So 8.41, Sophie Pollen takes the win. Asaya Alvarez and Leah Morrison. 6.05 seconds difference on the tree. Asaya going first, 14.05. Leah, 8 flat on the dial-in. There goes Leah. And a double breakout. Asar got there first, but went 13.90, 7.90 for Leah. But Leah goes on to round number 2. Kian Lester and Harry Isaacs. 13.50 plays 9.40. 4.1 second difference on the tree. So Kian sets off. There goes Harry in pursuit. And it's Harry that takes that one. 9.44 against a 9.40 dial-in. Kian got their second and broke out. So Harry, job done there. Well done. Cam Cordell, Brad Morrison. Well, Scarlett, I hope you tuned in because Cam says a big shout out to his girlfriend. Cam can give you the win, or is Brad Morrison going to take it? The dial-ins, 12 flat for Cam. There he goes. And Brad sets off in pursuit, 9.7. Oh, it's a breakout for Cam. He got there too quick, 11.89, so a 9.73 for Brad Morrison takes the win. Right, your last pair then, Darcy Cordell and Alia Lester. And of course, Hugo and Hetty, Darcy's support club, watching in. So Darcy asked me to give him a shout out. There we go, consider that done. Hugo and Hetty. So look at the numbers then. 14.78 for Darcy. Alia, 9.20. Ooh, double breakout. Alia goes 9.11, but Darcy went 14.61. Alia Lester taking the win there. So that's a wrap for junior drag bike as we let's hold on. I think it's a two-seater coming round. Indeed it is. So the passenger for the second run of the day, can I please ask Supergas to come into the lanes, please? Supergas, let's have you in the lanes. The passenger is Dennis O'Dwyer from Northampton. His son bought this. Sorry, I did the burnout as I said that. Dennis O'Dwyer from Northampton, his son bought this passenger ride as a Christmas present for him. Well, we like that. Always wonder if there's a motive behind putting somebody else in the car, especially if it's your dad trying to get him more into drag racing. Well, if you see the name O'Dwyer appear on an entry suit, you know it's worked. So Paul Brown at the controls, doing very well in racing as well, let's not forget. .06 light. Low 8 coming up, 160 plus mile an hour. 8.03, 167. Pro ET Eliminations round number 2. Bob Molden taking on Bill Wilson. So let's have a look at the dial-ins then. 10.44 for Bill. Wow, he's moving that down a bit. Bob Molden, 9.43. Stripe it is. Bill Wilson takes that 10.46 against a loser at 9.48. Win margin 0.6 at the stripe. Bill Wilson going rounds today, number 1 qualifier, and he's into round number 3. Alfie Ratton and Stu Thompson, of course, Kiwi to everybody that knows him. But tough customer with Alfie Ratton here. 9.72 for Kiwi. 9.07 for Alfie. Kiwi all the way, 9.73 on a 72 dial, a 009 light. Alfie Ratton goes 9.07, hit his number, but when you put on a package of a 009 light and 100th off, it's going to be tough to get round. So, Kiwi in to round number 3. Great race though, win margin 0.7 at the straight. Dave Rudd, Freddie Thompson. And I know Craig Wright and Kat are here this weekend. A special good afternoon to you. Good. Thanks for the message as well. So 970 place 955. and it's a breakout for Dave Rudd. He got there first, went too quick. Freddie Thompson takes the win. But it's good to see that Craig and Kat are here, and look forward to catching up with you soon. Right, Don Scott and Rob Cresswell. Good race, this one. Don Scott, the wily old campaigner, knows how to race, knows how to win. Grace knows how to dial this car in. But Rob Cresswell has taken to this car like the proverbial duck to water. 9.68 for Don, 10.52 for Rob. And a 10.54 and an 03 light. Rob Cresswell gets the job done. 9.69 on a 68 for Don, but no match. Rob Cresswell is through. All right, pick your Camaro. Different vintages, of course. Warren Watts taking on Colin Morris. Now then, interestingly, Warren Watts runs 890 on his dial, which he runs in Super Comp. Colin Morris has stuck with 990, which is the dial when Stuart runs it in Super Gas. So it's 1 second difference on the tree. Only one of these cars is going to make it into round number 3, taking on Rob Cresswell. And it is going to be Colin Morris. Warren goes red. So the Morris Boys Camaro, you're going to see again, 986 breakout. Doesn't matter. Warren Watts already had gone red. Spencer Tram taking on Tom Kay. Bill Wilson awaits the winner of this pairing. 1088 dial in for Spencer, 1003 for Tom. Well, the way things land in Comp Eliminator, Spencer's got to buy into the final. But he's got a bit of a harder job to reach the final here. He's got to get past Tom Kay first, and then if he does that, he's got to get past Bill Wilson. And that's only to the semis. Well, a green light drag race, so sort this one out at the stripe. Oh, Spencer breaks out by 100th of a second, but takes the win as Tom close. Spencer got there first by 0.2, but on the lesser of the breaks out, still takes the win. Billy Everett taking on Ryan Garrett. 950 plays 882. Actually, it's just the way that we can't see the reflection on the number. That was the issue. 956. Yeah, just needs to change it. There we go. Yeah, that's it. All reset. So Billy Everett 956, Ryan Garrett 882. So Billy going first. Billy got there first, 955 with a 9, broke out. Ryan Garrett with a 006 light as well. Takes the win, 891. But oh, Billy, that was so close. He had an 05 light as well, but broke out by less than a thou. Right, your last pair. As I can ask Super Pro ET to come into the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro, let's have you. This is Wayne Saunders, Mark Huxley. $9.96 dial-in for Wayne with a Dragster. $9.68 for Mark Huxley with a Corolla. And it's going to be Mark Huxley into the next round. A 0-2 red on the tree for Wayne. So Mark Huxley takes that with a 9.66 breakout. Didn't matter with the breakout. Wayne, 9.97 on a 9.96 dial, but the 0-2 light ended his quest for continuing in the rounds of eliminations. Right, look over into the lanes to see our next class is lined up. That, of course, is Super Gas for round number 1 eliminations. Jasmine Tunstall going to be taking on Stu Doiney. Dave Cherritt has got Conrad Stanley. Stuart Morris has got Bill Wilson, but Bill's only just run in Pro ET, so he's got to turn around. And Dave Fulton taking on Mark White. But we are gathering cars in the lanes at the moment, so I'd be surprised if Junior Dragster jump in front here. It's not all the Super Gas are in the lanes yet. But whilst we do gather race cars, the track is just having a little bit of a tidy up, a little bit of prep. So what we do is going over to Nitro FM 96.2, wait for the rest of Super Gas to come down, and be back with you shortly with more eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Well, we still wait for some Super Gas cars to make their way down, so we're going to go into Junior Dragster for Carl Cox Motorsports. Eliminations round number 2 for them. Letty Checkett taking on Amelia Innes. So the Playing Game Junior dials 12.15. The Plum Crazy Racing Junior 9.02. Both into stage. Here we go then. So Amelia going to try and catch and pass Letty before the finish line, which is the 8th mile of course. And she does so. 9.04. Nicely judged. 12.26 for Letty. But it's Amelia Innes that moves on. So, Finley Fagg and Chloe Crundwell, your next pair. So Finley Dahl 798, Chloe Dahl 796. Just 0.02 of a second difference on the tree. And the win goes to Finley Fag, 8.02 to lose 8.10. So it's going to be Finley into round number 3. All right, you got the other of the Cromwell girls. It's Emmy with the Violet Hayes car going to be taking on Molly Openshaw. Just a 1/10 of a second difference between these two. 8.18 plays 8.08. Emmy leaving first. Oh, it was a breakout for Emmy. She had a good reaction time advantage, 0.5 to a 0.42. But Molly Openshaw runs her number, 8.08 on an 8.08 dial. So it is Molly who goes into round number 3. Right, Kai Cooper, Lola Bell Kent. Whoever wins this one gets a bye into the semis. Don't forget, for all your news and reviews, go to juniordragster.co.uk, the website specially set up for the class. It's got driver profiles, news, everything on there. Really good little website for the juniors. Well done to everybody concerned putting that one together. Let's have a look at the dial-ins then. 790 and 813. Here we go. Oh, and Kai Cooper goes red. So it is Lola Bell that marches on. 809 against a 786 double breakout as well, but a 0-2 red from Kai. Ends his weekend, but he did get the race win yesterday. Oscar Young and Neve Devi, your next pair. In fact, your final pair. So Lola Bell gets a bye into the semis. Molly Openshaw taking on Finley Fag. And Amelia Innes gets the winner of this pair. Oscar Young or Neve Devi. 12.35 plays 8.10. So Neve doing the chasing here. Actually goes past Oscar. And takes the win with an 8.22. So Neve, nicely done. Right, so that's a wrap for Junior Dragster. As they go into their semi, well, to sort out their semis next time round. As we look at Super Gas. Round 1 eliminations for them. Dave Fulton on his own, Chalky unable to make the call for eliminations actually. Mark White did have an incident in the top end yesterday, and it was actually a broken wishbone that caused the issue. Wondering what was going on at the top end there, but Chalk will be back. So Dave Fulton will get the solo here. Can I have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? As Dave Fulton holds up to the beams, get ready to take his solo into round number 2. He'd rather be racing Chalky White. So an 05 light and a 989 with a 9. Almost bang on for Dave Fulton. Now the thing is though, if David had lifted at the end there, he might have hit that number bang on. But we know Dave, he's don't lift Dave. Right, Jasmine Tunstall should have been alongside Stu Doyney, but Stu was having issues this weekend, and unusual for Stu not being able to make the call. So Jasmine Tunstall will take the solo here. 03 light, what she got for top end number wise, 987 breakout, didn't matter. So now we have a race in Tony Morris Carburetors Super Gas. It is Dave Cherritt and Conrad Stanley. And that is a win for Conrad Stanley. Despite breaking out 986, Dave Cherritt broke out by more, 973. So it is Conrad that will be racing Jasmine Tunstall in the first semi-final. Dave Fulton is going to be taking the winner off this pair. It is Stuart Morris with the Camaro, alongside Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing pickup. He had a bit of a hot lap, this one, as Bill's still doing very well in Pro ET. He was deliberately double classing this weekend, thinking that he'd have a torque converter that could handle the nitrous, but it turned out he didn't. So he has got a 1 amp on his back a little bit, but he wants it for the testing, he wants it for the data. But here comes the Camaro. 10.06 takes the win to a 10.60 for Bill. So that sets up the semi-finals in Supergas. Right, ET bike. Eliminations continue for them. On Nick Playden. Dialing class, of course, 10.47 for Nick. He'll be going first. Scott Collier, 9.51. Well, Nick 50 to a 9.51 with a 5. That was super tight. Win margin 0.08 at the stripe. Very tight indeed. But it is Nick that's got it. Scott ran his dial in, but Nick had the better light. Took the win. Right, Peter Harrison, Robbie Dobby. I'm going to give a special shout out to Carl Hester, actually. Carl, yeah, unfortunately, just coming out of the burnout box, got a bit of a tank slapper is the best way to describe it. Got pitched off the bike, but he's absolutely fine. I know a couple of people have messaged in saying, how is he? He's fine. Didn't even have to go to the med centre. They checked him out in the back of the ambulance, and we saw him get out. He got up on his own accord. Absolutely fine. Oh, Peter Harrison goes red, so Robbie Dobby moves on. But Carl, we'll see you at the next meeting, mate. As Robbie goes 9.79 on a 76.04 light. And he's through to the semis. Okay, next pair told to come forward. So it's Alan Davis taking on Bryn Dance. 9.32 plays 9.10. Alan going first. Bryn doing the chasing. Both with a green light. And the win goes to Alan, 9.35 on the 9.32 dial, 9.24 on the 9.10, but it is Alan Davis that takes it. Can I have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman, let's have you. As we look at the marquee matchup then in ET Bike, round number 2. Phil Pratt taking on Declan Butt. 8.85 plays 9.20. What a race. What a race. Oh, Declan 9.29, but Phil takes it 8.91. Win margin at the stripe 0.1. Phil Pratt's reaction was 0.4. Declan's was 0.3. But Phil Pratt. Prep. Audio. Back to we go. So there will be a pause in proceedings whilst we get some extra sticky stuff down there, but a good race there in ET Bike. Right, so Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves over, it will be Super Pro ET Eliminations round number 2 when we come back. Enjoy yourselves out there. We'll be back shortly. Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come Here we go again then. So it is Super Pro ET Eliminations round number 2. You see Tom Atkinson and Josh Duncan. I'll tell you what, the rate Josh is going, he needs a pro mod, does Josh? He's doing 330-foot burnouts in Super Pro. Mind you, if you give him if he got a pro mod, he'd probably go to the 8th mile or further. Absolutely loves his burnouts, does he? Anyway, numbers. It's all about numbers. It's going to be a 7-something for Josh. It's going to be 8-something for Tom. Let's have a look at the dial-ins as they appear. 8:36 for Tom Atkinson. And I don't know what Josh's is yet. We haven't got a number on the back window. Normally we do. No one's programmed the back window to see what the dial-in is. Ah, we forgot to put it in. And now they're going to check with the driver. What do you want to dial? 7-something. $7.80. There we go. And that's fantastic. That was a bit on the back window. So Tom Atkinson, 8:36. He's going to be leaving first. It's going to be Josh doing the chasing. Oh, Josh goes red by 0-1 red, only just. So an 8:40 takes the win for Tom. 8:09 there for Josh. Tom into round 3. Alan Didwell taking on Mark Coulsell. 764 plays 810. It's going to be Mark leaving first with the slingshot. And then the more modern design of the S&H Dragster will do the chasing. So Steve says, go get a Mark. You got Brad with Alan down there. So Mark Coulsell going to go first then. 8.10. 0.44 seconds later, Alan's tree will run. It's a green light race. And that's Alan Didwell taking that. 7.84 to an 8.51. Can I have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET. Let's have you into the lanes as Scott Hauser makes his way forward. Scott Hauser was off the trailer. Top qualifier. He got the award for that. Number 1 qualifier overall was Pete Walters. The main award from the Super Pro group of sponsors is the best package in qualifying and eliminations. 250 quid plus a trophy. And if you want to visit their Facebook page, it is obviously facebook.com/ Super Pro ET. That's where you'll find everything about this car, Scott Hauser, and everybody else in Super Pro. Scott dials in 7:32 for his solo run here. And gets a 7:31 with a 6. Jeff, it was that close, mate. Been looking forward to this one. Matt Southcott taking on Leah Kellett. Two very quick 7-second cars. In actual fact, they've decided to have a 7:19 heads-up race. Oh yeah, like this. Not that there was any discussion in the lanes, of course not. Well, if they either of them run a 7:19, it'll be a PB. They've both been 7.2s. So, is he going to be the Dolly Daydream Dragster, or is he going to be the Scampy, the Plymouth Scamp? It's going to be the Dolly Daydream Dragster. Matt goes red. But let's have a look at the numbers at the stripe. 7:34, 7:20. Oh, that was close. It was so close to that 7:1. Matt Southcott, though, made a great race of it. Unfortunately, a cherry on the tree. But it is Leah that marches on. Going to be taking on Tom Atkinson. Alan Didwell has got a bye into the semis, and Scott Hauser will be taking on the winner of this race between Charlie Seward and Pete Walters. Can I please have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike, can we have you into the lanes, please? So Pete Walters dialing in 7.10, Charlie Seward 8.86. So your last pair in Super Pro. And that's game over for Pete Walters. Cherry on the tree. So Charlie Seward, 886 on the dial. What's he going to run for us? 888. He should have left it at 888 because that's what the car's been running all weekend long. But there we go. Charlie Seward is going to be taking on Scott Hauser. Right, we move on to VW Pro. So for the VW DRC, the sponsors, the all-important sponsors. Now then, they could change it because Luke's going to send me a new one, but we've got Dark Side Developments, DH Automotive, RTMG Performance, CG Motorsports, Coated Race Bearings, R-Tech Performance, Hangar 30, Pro Race Engineering. And the associate sponsors, WRP, Crawford Motorsports, ASD Fuel Tech, European Front Wheel Drive, 32 Racing Wheels, Volks Workshop, Renegade Race Fuels, BJ Bates, Electrical, GP Turbos, and Harvey Property Developments. Now then, hopefully that list hasn't changed from last year. So James Gould and Adam Williamson. Darlings, 9:20, 11:40. Adam leaving first with the Seat, but bit of a staging duel. Who is gonna flinch? Come back later for the next episode in Staging Up. In actual fact, I can hear the boost building for James Gould. Oh. So 9:20, the target number for James. Goes 9:23. So I'm not quite sure what happened there to the Seat, but it launched it, whether it just jumped out of gear or whatever, but being pushed back. Next pair underneath the tower. It's Phil Block going to be taking on Chris Waterhouse. So Chris Waterhouse got a 12 flat Darling. Phil Blogg, 10:45. 1.55 second difference on the tree then. Chris will be going first with the Audi, and then it is down to the caddy to try and make up the difference. And that's Chris all the way, 12.09 on a 12 Darling and a 0.2 light. Not a lot Phil could have done about that one. It went on to Chris. There's the next pair there already, Carl Goldsmith. What a bizarre first round that was with Luke Stevenson. Carl took the win with a 22-second pass, something like that. But hopefully this time it'll work a bit better. Mark Taylor with a blue Leon. My word, he's having a weekend to remember. He's had 2 runs in the 9s now, and he's dialing in 9.8. Can he get another PB here? Much better looking run for Carl this time, but here comes Mark Taylor. Close at the stripe, 9.86 for Mark Taylor, but it's Carl Goldsmith with the win, 11.08 on 11 flat. But Mark Taylor, my word, he's going to go home happy with the car that is performing consistently in the 9s now. But a relief for Jacob, a relief for Kyle that the car is now working. Next up, James Hodson and Ben Mace. 10.40 plays 10.91. It's the e-tron going first. Ben Mace, 10.92 on a 10.91 dial. 10.61 on a 10.40 for James, but it is Ben Mace that moves on. Rob Carter and Jacob Bailey. Well, Rob has really been throwing everything at the Passat this weekend. The car, the suspension work on this car is just working absolutely superbly. And just watching the separation on that back end is it's a joy to behold, actually. Just beautifully engineered. Going alongside Jacob Bailey, when I say beautifully engineered, this one's been re-engineered at the track. There's an altercation with the wall at the top end on the test day Friday, but here he is in Eliminations on Sunday. And he gets a green light looking for his 1080. Rob Carter goes red. Oh, so Jacob Bailey's going to march on. 1060 for Jacob, 1098 for Rob. But Jacob Bailey, although he broke out, he's got the win. Right, Charlie Roberts with the up against Dave Henderson with the RS3. The dial-ins then, 12.25 for Charlie, 11.90 for Dave. Carl Goldsmith awaits the winner of this one. And it is going to be Dave Henderson as Charlie Roberts goes red. Quite considerable red light as well, actually. So Dave Henderson takes that. 11.51 breakout. Big time, but it didn't matter. Let's have Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please. Let's have Comp Bike into the lanes, please. As we move to VW Sportsman. First pair here. It is John Gallant taking on Phil Jones. 1680 the dial in for the Takakat Sirocco, and Phil Jones with not the 69 Beetle, his original race car, and not here this weekend. And that's fact, John Gallant is back in his original race car because the Takakat 2 is broken. So past half track, fairly even. Let's sort this one out at the top end, 1,000 foot, fairly even. Double breakout, but by the lesser amount. John Gallant takes that 16.55 to a 16.38, truth. So we're going to see John in round number 3. Laurie Anslow and Paul Robinson. Jason, thanks again, mate. Really appreciate that. Wonderful wood carving gift, and I say that will be proudly on display in my office when I get home tonight. I love things like that. So 1608 for Paul, 1390 for Larry. And it's Paul Robinson that takes that, 1610 on a 1608. Nicely judged indeed. The misdemeanor Havoc Beetle of Morgan Wilson taking on the other Beetle, but yeah, obviously, that's Jordan Clark with the Thunderbug. $17.45 for Morgan. She'll be going first. $12.90 for Jordan. He's going to be patient. He's going to watch that yellow Beetle disappear. He's got to be patient. Now he can go. And it's a double breakout. 17.24 for Morgan. 2/10 under. Only a 10th under for Jordan. So Jordan takes the win. All right, next up then, Conor Micallef with the white label Motorsport Sirocco, even though it says golf on my screen, going alongside Phil Sewell with the VWT2, the Brick Shift House. Well, who's going to flinch? There we go. Phil goes in. There goes Connor. Well, Phil got, I would say, a healthy lead, but anything could happen at the stripe. And, well, yeah, Connor got there first, but broke out. So a win there for Phil Sewell. All right, next up then, it's Lily Stevenson, #1 qualifier. 13.43 for the Audi TT. And it's Jerry Sadler with the Blue Action Beetle, 14.50 dial-in. So it'll be Jerry going first. Green light on both sides of the tree. Lily closing in. Jerry still ahead, and it is Jerry Sadler that takes the win there. 14.60 on the 14.50. Lily, a little bit off pace at the stripe there. She had a brilliant 05 light. But it is Jerry that puts an end to Lily's winning ways so far. George Miller with Sonic the TT taking on Bruce Harvey. And can I please have Nostalgia Superstock, an 850 bike into the lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, an 850 bike. Let's look at Bruce Harvey and George Miller there. Oh, it's game over for Bruce Harvey. Goes red. So George Miller, 14.10 on the dial-in. He's got the win. Goes 14.05 breakout. Didn't matter. The race already decided by the cherry on the tree. All right, next pair then. Tom Wilkinson Foster with the Boxster, 15 flat. And Aaron Lang, 14.10 on the dial-in for him. And game over, unfortunately, for Tom. Cherry on the tree by 0-2. So it's going to be Aaron Lang that we're going to see taking on John Gallant. Tom goes 16.44, 15.14. They both knew that was game over. Final pair, Kaz Waterhouse taking on Sophie Emma Lee. Kaz dials 15, so he's going to have to be patient, as it's Sophie going first, 16.15. Green light on both sides of the racetrack, so let's sort this one out at the finish line. A breakout for Kaz, so a win for Sophie 1615 with a 6 on a 1615 dial. That's the way to do it. Right, we move on to Sportsman ET. Clive Dandridge gets the solo run here. Predetermined. Right, so let's see then. Clive dials in a 1237. $12.29 breakout, doesn't matter, he was on a solo. So, Comp Eliminator, Super Street Bike and Top Fuel Bike. There's a 30-minute warning for you. So 30 minutes. Top Fuel Bike, Comp Eliminator, Super Street Bike. As we look at Brian Huxley and Michael Lindsay. So Brian, number 9 qualifier, taking on number 1 qualifier here. But this is to go into round number 3. So the BMW will be going first. And there's the oh, it's a breakout for Brian. He got there first by a country mile, but 13:48. Bit too quick on that 1350 dial. So here's Michael with a BMW. Marches on. Right. Eva Huxley and Ruby Huxley. And once again, I'm going to shout out to Trevor Newman. Big supporter for the Huxleys. Thank you ever so much indeed. Okay, so which one of the Huxleys is going to go through then? Ruby, 1861 dialing with the Focus. Eva, 1639 dialing with the BMW. And the win light goes to Ruby Huxley, 1866 on that 61. Eva got there first, but broke out by 200ths. So Ruby into the next round. Georgina Smith and Jordan Griffin. So we've got a green light drag race here. Georgina Smith wants 1830. Jordan wants 1349. Heading up to the stripe. It's close, it's close. It's a breakout for Georgina. Goes too quick. 1352 for Jordan Griffin with a Swift on a 1349 dial. So it's going to be Jordan taking on Clive Dandridge for a spot in the semis. Lorna Collins with the Lunar Love. MX5 taking on Steph Pateman with the BMW. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings end. 1550 for Lorna, 1382 for Steph. Well, they're both in the pre-stage. Here we go. Lorna goes into the beams good and proper, as does Steph. The tree counts them down. Lorna, off she goes. And there goes Steph. Green light on both sides. Obviously, if they go too soon, a red light will appear and it gives the win to the opponent straight away. A breakout, a pair. Both go too quick, but by the lesser amount. Steph Pateman, 1381 on that 82 dial. She takes the win. Sylvia Purcell with the Mustang taking on Ben Jeffries' Nissan 370. Oh, Sylvia, you can see that car rolling just a little bit too soon there. Cherry on the tree of a 04 variety. So Ben, with the Nissan, is going to go into the next round. 1376 on the dial-in. Let's see what he runs out of interest. 1417. Sylvia, well, she broke out. She pulled a red light. But it's going to be Ben. Going to be moving on. Pete Walters and Gary Lake. Good matchup, this one. The winner has got Michael Lindsay in the next round. Pete Walters dialing in 12.28. Gary Lake 12.67. Two very experienced racers. Choose one at the stripe, double breakout, but it's Pete Walters that takes that. 12.25. Just 300s breakout there. Bigger breakout for Gary Gate, 12.61. So it's Pete Walters that moves on. Right, your last pair in Sportsman ET is Dan Holloway taking on Lewis Gilbert. It's the Fox Body Mustang and the Camaro. 15.50 dial in for Lewis, 12 flat. For Dan, 3.5 seconds on the tree. At the stripe it is. Double breakout again. Dan Holloway takes that by breaking up by 200s instead of 1500s from Lewis. That is a wrap for Sportsman ET. And the lanes are very, very empty indeed. Well, we've got the two-seater dragster around there. Obviously, we've got bikes in lane 5, because that's what we are expecting next, actually. But it is the two-seater dragster. A little bit of glue going down on the track, so there's a little bit of track prep going on out there as well at the moment. Just to catch up on the messages here. Simon Campbell's just been in touch. He's not here this weekend, was here at the Festival of Power. They'll be back with a new engine in the Storm bike. But obviously, Simon will be back for the main event crewing for Dale Leakes, the Beast from the East. So look forward to seeing you there, mate. Aaron's asked me a question. You can't ask me. I don't know. You can go and ask the people in the tower. So the two-seater dragster, I believe, is up next. So let's have a look and see who our passenger is for the third run of the day for Paul Brown. It's Hunter Walton from Daventry, not a million miles away from here. And he's basically said, well, nobody else has bought me the present, so I bought it for myself. So he will be our passenger in a moment. So just let the track crew do their thing. We'll be back with you shortly. As I say, it will be the two-seater dragster up next, followed by some bikes. Nitro FM, it's over to you.
feel it come around with the rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come on.
Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been a little bit, honey? Take a look at where we are. Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been a little bit, honey? Take a look at where we are. Isn't the day so exciting? Oh, honey, when I wake up, I'm feeling brand new. All I can say is I look like new money, and the only thing I know is true. I owe it to you.
Here we go then. It is our two-seater dragster with the passenger in the back, Hunter Walton. He thought he'd treat himself. Don't blame you. So the thrill ride, the two-seater dragster, Paul Brown at the controls, and running very, very low 8-second passes. Around about 165 to 168 miles an hour. Whoa, in the sevens, 799, 167 miles an hour. Well, hope Hunter enjoyed that. Can I have Super Street Bike and Top Fuel Bike into the lanes, please? Super Street and Top Fuel Bike into the lanes. As we go on now with Com Bike, round number 1 for them. Pete Slater and Carl Thomas. Well, there was a 0.05 of a second difference between these two on their qualifying numbers, 7:44 and 7:49. The quicker of the two was Carl. Both away very nicely indeed. In actual fact, Carl's starting to really pile on the power. And he takes that one, 7:52 to a lose out 7:69. So Paul Hambidge, not so silent assassin. Should have been alongside Critch, but no show from Critch, unfortunately. Good to catch up with him over the course of the event, though. So it is Paul He was number 2 qualifier, 7:31. What's he got for us here? Oh, good looking run. Take a 7:28. He'll take that all day long. Nicely done, Paul. Patrick Rawnsley. No, Graham Dance. So let's see what Patrick has got for us then. And he's just going to break the beams. That's all he needs to do. Right, so we've got Jasmine Cordell, Chris Neary, the last pair, then in Combike. And no Chris Neary. Blimey, it's been a attritional as Combike. Got 3 bikes missing. So Jazz going to take the solo here. $7.11, 183, nicely done. Sets up semi-finals then in Combine. Jazz taking on Carl, Paul taking on Patrick as we go over to Funny Bike. All right, hopefully I've got 6 bikes made their way down. I can certainly see 4 of them. I can see 6, yeah, they're all there. Right, your first pair there, Nick Daniels, Mike Ollie. Mike, 6:63 in qualifying, absolutely hauling. But Nick having a few issues with the Black Pearl. As gets used to the new bike. Well, 10.02 takes the win there for Nick. 9.30, 200 miles an hour for Mike Ollie. But you saw the bike just did not leave the line. It was out of gear. And number 1 qualifier has gone. So Nick Daniels, despite all the issues, he takes the win there, and he's got a bye run into the final. Well, what a turn of events. Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Might have a little bit of a clean-up. Indeed we have, yeah. We've just got to get a little bit of fluid cleared up out of the lanes there. Right, short pause. So Nigel FM, if you can take it a moment. Be back with you very, very shortly indeed with the continuation of Funny Bike here at the Springspeed Nationals. Can we have Outlaw Flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Flat 4, let's have you as we continue with eliminations in Funny Bike. The class sponsored by Leaks Landscapes. Many thanks indeed to Dale. As we have a look at our next pair, it is Martin Zylstra taking on Jordan Kenway. So heads up, no dial-ins, no breakouts, just whoever gets to the top end first, we will see in the next round. Oh, problems for Jordan off the line. It is Martin that takes the win there, 784, 138. Had to be a little bit gentle with the throttle there, getting close to the wall. But did enough to take the win. Okay, your last pair then. Lionel Lalugi and Sean Branch. Well, they qualified 3 and 4. Winner of this goes against Martin Zylstra. Well, it looks like Lionel might have a problem with the bike there. Indeed he has. He's not going to make it. So Shaw Branch takes the win. 8.09 at 188 mile an hour. Lionel Lalugi, unfortunately, did the burnout and everything, but he just couldn't get the bike to come forward. So it's going to be Sean against Martin. As we look at Nostalgia Superstock. So semi-finals then for Nostalgia Superstock. Going to see Don Scott taking on Simon Rickwood. Dial-ins then, 978 for Simon, 968 for Don. So Don Scott there, 974 takes the win and break. And actually they both went 974, but Simon got their second and broke out. So that tells you Don Scott is into the final. All right, your other semi-final then, Gary Lake taking on Stuart Thompson. So 970 for Kiwi, 1261 for Gary. Oh, cherry on the tree there for Gary. Some Kiwi gonna take the win. Uh, 975 at 1257. Well, Gary went red, broke out. Kiwi went green and didn't. Right, move on to 850 bike. So this to set the semi-finals then. First up, Paul Hazel, Pete Wise. Class sponsored by JKE Raceworks. Many thanks indeed to Jake. Paul Hazel got there first but broke out 8:45, so the win goes to Peter Wise. Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. So let's have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. All right, next up then, Sinishal Martis, #1 qualifier. Going to be taking on Nefty Martina. So two of our Dutch visitors. Problems there for Sinishal, but Nefty goes round him 905 at 161. So it's going to be Nefty that's going to be taking on Pete Wise. So Paul Morris on a solo here. That's purely down to the odd number of bikes. Two wheelies for the price of none. And 908, 153. Right, to wrap this up then, Pete Slater taking on Carl Thomas. So Paul Morris awaits the winner of this one. Well, Pete trying to keep the front wheel down, which is... what's the time? Oh, 8:49. A breakout win for Pete Slater. Carl Thomas got there first and went 8:44, even quicker. So the lesser of the two breakouts, Pete Slater, takes that one. Right, top fuel bike then. This, in effect, is the final. So, Steve Willett, Neil Midgley. Yep, give him the thumbs up to start up, so it will be Neil starting first. And then once he's done his burnout and stops and starts rolling back, that's when Steve Willett will fire his bike. Reason being that Steve does a shorter burnout. Doesn't want to be running for too long. But these guys know each other's routine very, very well indeed. So this then, the final of Top Fuel Bike. Steve Willett on the dealer. Neil Midgley, Callum Motorsport bike. Oh, great looking race. Neil's just got to feather the throttle a bit, getting close to the wall. Steve Willett with a 6:15. Oh, one of his quickest runs for a while there. Brilliant run from Steve. 6.15, 220 miles an hour. The short numbers to the 330 foot, it was. Actually, Neil Midgley had the quicker numbers there, but from the 8th mile onwards, it was all Steve Willett. But as I say, a 6:15 in the final. Nice one. Right, Comp Eliminator. So, Spencer Tram is on a solo into the final here. So, index of 1168, the usual thing for Spencer. He'll launch, get some early run data, and then coast at the stripe. No point doing any more than that. There we go. There's the lift and coast. 1175. But the team will analyse the short numbers. And a nice 60 foot there, 142. That's moving. Right, now we have a race. Nick Williams taking on Lloyd Perkins. So the Williams brothers then represented by Nick here, taking on Lloyd Perkins. So indexes 799 for Lloyd, 1120 for Nick. 4.21 seconds difference on the tree, but whoever gets to the top end first takes the win. There's no breakouts in comp. going to be a squeaker at the stripe, and it is Nick Williams that takes it. 10.65 to a loser, 7.47. 0.2 on the tree as well there for Nick. So that sets up the final in comp between Nick Williams and Spencer Tram. Super Street Bike. Semi-finals to set the finals then. Alan Morrison taking on Rudy Zorzi. Well, Alan Morrison went 6.77 in round one. Rudy went at 7.01. So obviously Alan has got the performance advantage, but anything can happen in racing. We know that. We've seen it so many times. Here we go then. Your first semi-final of Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike. And that's Alan Morrison with a 7.31 at 198. Both bikes lost traction there. But Alan recovered very well indeed to take the win. On the side of the ladder then, Daniel and Josh. So Daniel Lentz and Alan Morrison. Oh, sorry, Alan Morrison's name's on the screen. It's Josh Stubbins, of course. So Daniel went 6.72 on his round one win at 223 miles an hour. Josh put in a 7 flat. Oh, cracking race again. Took a 6.78 and 2.24 to ride round 6.91 from Josh Stubbins. The win margin 0.9 at the stripe. But it is Daniel taking on Alan in the final. We move on. Can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, let's have you into the pairing lanes. As we have a time trial run with actually Jake Michelle and Margot Schmidt. Oh, added bonus for you. Jake 7.25, Margot 7.07. Jake drifting over to the left once again. Right, move on to Carl Cox Motorsport Junior Drag Bike. Leah Morrison and Aisha Harris, your first pair. The Darlings 10.70 against 7.90. So Leah has to be very patient indeed, as Aisha will be going first. There she goes. And the win goes to Leah Morrison, 8.02 against Luzak 10.77. So Leah into the semis. Harry Isaacs and Sam Hope up next. Whoever wins this will take on Leah. 937 for Harry, 890 for Sam. But is there a change? Green light on both sides. Well, Harry Isaacs takes that 9:45. Looking at that, Sam Hope, he ran bang on his number, but the better reaction time from Harry got him through. Brad Morrison and Sophie Pollen. Brad leaving first, 970. Sophie Pollen, 815 on the dial-in. Well, looks like Sophie's lost fire. Well, Brad got there first, but he broke out, went too quick, went 9:59 on the 9:70. So it is Sophie Pollen that takes the win. Goes 8:33. Well done, Sophie. Right, the last one to run, Alia Lester, and she's on a bye run here. She'll be taking on Sophie in the other semi-final. Dials 908, runs 924. All right, next up then, Outlaw Flat 4. So this is Adam Lowe then, the Flat Out Beetle #1 qualifier. Gets a solo. .15.06 at 61 there for Adam. Okay, other side of that, unfortunately Mark Elchingham, I can only assume is broken. We haven't seen much of him. That's right, we haven't seen him at all today, so it's going to be Darren taking his solo to get into the final as well. It'll be a good final though, because there's only been 100th a second between them in qualifying until last qualifier, when Adam managed to put a little bit of a gap between them, and that little bit of a gap was 2.5 hundredths. So there's nothing in it between them. So that sets up the final in Outlaw Flat 4. Right, nosy in the lanes to see Pro ET and also Super Pro ET. They're down there. I've got Junior Dragster making their way down into the lanes. Got lots of racing still to go. I don't know who's coming next. I will let you know in a moment. Don't forget, next weekend, Romney Brung on the Saturday, and it's the Fast Show on Sunday. That's going to be a busy one. And then the weekend after that, we actually get ready for our first May bank holiday event, which is the Dragster Nationals. It's going to be a very busy event, that one. And then, of course, that takes us into the month of May. And we got Door Slammers and the Carl Cox Day and the main event, first round of the European Championships. We look forward to all of that. Right, it is Super Pro ET. This is to set the semi-finals. First up then, Leah Kellett and Tom Atkinson. Let's have a look at the dial-ins, as I call Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please. Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? So 8:38 for Tom Atkinson, 7:20 for Leah Kellett. This for a spot in the semis where there is a bye run into the final, so it's double bubble for this pairing. Close at the stripe is Tom Atkinson, 8:43 to a 7:26. Win margin 0.5 at the stripe. So it's Tom. And Tom gets a bye into the final as well. Right, this is a predetermined bye run. This is Alan Didwell. Dial of 7.63. Oh, 5 light. You can only read out reaction times when they're on a solo. 7:63 is the target. 7:62 with a 9.7. Almost a perfect there. And that's perfect awards. Haven't gone this weekend. That was a close attempt, just 3/10,000ths away from it. But yeah, the perfect light and the perfect ET money still up for grabs. Okay, this time it's a race. Scott Hauser dialing in 7:31. Charlie Seward 8:87. Well, looking at the form book, is an 888 coming up for Charlie. That's all the car seems to run this weekend. This for a spot in the semis against Alan Didwell. Scott Hauser goes red. That is really unusual. So Charlie Seawood takes the win. He goes 888 again. Well, that car is super consistent. But he's booked his spot in the semi-final. I get the reasoning for dialing an 887 just in case, but that's another 888. Okay then, Pro ET. Freddie Thompson and Mark Huxley. This is to set the semis. 970 plays 969, just 1/100th of a second dial-in difference. And Mark Huxley goes red by 0.004. It's Freddie with a win. Goes 966, goes to 965. They both broke up. But get this, Freddie Thompson's light was 0.003 green. They both really wanted that, but cherry on the tree for Mark there. Just a little bit too much. So, Freddie's in the semis. Who's going to join him? Is it going to be Kiwi or is it going to be Ryan? Darlings, 974, 884. Uh, 975 and a 74 Darling. That's Stuart Thompson taking the win. 882 breakout for Ryan. So Kiwi has gone into the semis. Who else is going to join in? Well, it's going to be one of these two blue cars. Is it going to be Rob Cresswell with a BMW E36, 10.50 on the dial-in? The Morris Boys Camaro, 990, never changes from that number. 0.6 difference on the tree. So Rob's going to go first. Colin, obviously 0.6 of a second later. Brilliant race. Oh, and it is a 992 for Colin Morris. 1048 on a 1050 dial. Colin Morris got left on there, and he had an 06 light. Rob was an 02 light, but just broke out, so Colin Morris takes the win. Can I have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro. Let's have you into the pairing lanes as our final semi-finalist is going to be sorted out here. It's going to be Bill Wilson, 1045 on the dial-in. Spencer Tram, 1087. Spencer's already in the final for Comp Eliminator. Can he double up and make it two finals by beating Bill Wilson here? They were number 5 and number 1 qualifier. Spencer leaves first, 1087. Bill doing the chasing, 1045. It's going to be Spencer Tram. Red. It was only a 0.2, but it is Spencer who takes it. 1081. Wow, that was a stout number. 1055 for Bill, but a 1081 for. He's on the verge of going in the 10.7s. Brilliant from Spencer there. But great weekend for Bill. Next time we see Bill, we'll be going a lot quicker as new torque converter and everything. And he'll be running the nitrous. Right, next up then, it's Junior Dragster. First up, it's going to be Finley Fag taking on Molly Openshaw. That's right, looking at the parent lanes, we're going to struggle with race machine soon, going pretty well, but just a bit of a timing system reboot. And, well, they switched both the juniors off whilst the system is reset. So this to set the semi-finals in Junior Dragster. Okay, so Finley Fag with the Double Trouble Junior and the Molly Openshaw with the Evil Tune Machine. So 8.06 for Molly, 7.99 for Finley. Both with a green light. Well, Finley got there first, but broke out. Went 7.98 with a 7 on a 7.99. So Molly Openshaw gets the win. Can I have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman into the lanes. Neve Devi, Amelia Innes. This for a spot in the semis where they get a bye into the final. So the winner of this guarantees himself a trophy. And it is going to be Neve Devi as Amelia goes red by 0-4. Neve with a 0-1 on the green. Oh, breaks up by 100th. But it is Neve that's going to go into the semis. Right, on a solo run is Lola Bell Kent. Well, it is a case of where are the boys? It's all girls in Junior Dragster in the semis. .04 light. Now then, target of 790. There's 804. So that's Junior Dragster. Right, next up in the lanes, I have got VW Pro. I've also got Super Comp over there as well. But a little bit of track prep as well. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to rest the vocal cords, get a liquid refreshment as well. Nitro FM 96.2, going to take it away. Be back with you more Eliminations here. Here we go then with Tony Morris Carburettor's Super Gas. This is where we whittle them down from 8 to 4. Okay, so it is Don't Live Dave Fulton taking on the Barbecue Roadster of Paul Brown. So, Super Comp for 772 coatings, Warren Watts, class sponsor. I'm trying to remember all the class sponsors this weekend. I think I've got most of them in. So, which Roadster is it going to be? At the stripe, it is a double breakout, but it is Paul Brown that takes it. 889 to an 883. 04 light for Dave Fulton, 01 light for Paul Brown. And it's Paul Brown that goes into the semis. Sky Collier and Warren Watts. Now Paul Brown awaits the winner of this pair. So Sky qualified number 8, Warren number 4. Doesn't mean anything anymore. It's all about this race. Who's the bravest at the strike? The short answer is Sky Collier. Both of them with 9 flat, but it's Sky with a better light takes the win. Richard Tunstall, Stevie Gates. These are tough matchups. Every one of these is tough. So Stevie Gates with a Hailing Island Camaro taking on number 1 qualifier Richard Tunstall with the jammy Dodger Roadster. Both on the green again. And the win light goes to Stevie Gates, 890 with an 04 light. Richard had the better reaction time, 0-1, but an 897. Stevie Gates moves on. Win margin 0-3 at the stripe. Okay, last pair of dragsters for you. Leah Kellett and Sam Fairhurst. Well, fair to say Leah runs a massive throttle stop on this car. It runs 720 in Super Pro, but 890 here in Super Comp. Sam Fairhurst, well, he's he's doing a good job out there. So there goes Mark showing Sam the parachute releases armed and ready. And Pete Kellett brings his little girl up to the line. This for a spot in the semis to take on Stevie Gates. Oh, and it is going to be Leah Kellett. Sam cherry on the tree by 0.006. Oh, that was a squeaker. Double breaker. Leah takes the win. Right, that's Super Comp done. We move on to VW Pro. First up then, Carl Goldsmith, 11 flat, dial in for the Beetle, alongside Dave Henderson. 1150 dial in for Dave. Well, Dave has not left the line. He gets going eventually. Carl Goldsmith takes that. Well done, Carl, 1168. Break out there for Dave in the end. But didn't get off the line at all. Well, once again, the wheel wobble for James Gould. Pulls him over to the right-hand side this time. Going alongside Chris Waterhouse. 12 flat plays 920. 2.8 seconds difference. Bit of a pause and a wait. Somebody go in, please. Like to get this done today. If you're not careful, Ian will put the button down in a minute. Oh dear. I see, it's Dave, not Ian. Okay, we ended up with a green light drag race after that. James Gould looking to drive around Chris at the stripe, and does so. 923, a 008 light as well. Nicely done for James. Right, Jacob Bailey and Ben Mace. Now, whoever wins this will get a bye run in the semis to book a spot in the final. The dial-ins then, 1060 for Jacob Bailey, 1091 for Ben Mace. The e-tron and the Jetta. And it is going to be the e-tron. Unfortunately, a cherry on the tree there for Jacob. Oh, Jacob went 1060 as well. Right, on to VW Sportsman. Right, first up then, the 8-second Golf, taking on the 10-second Audi. That's a time trial run, it's not eliminations. Wayne Gill with the Golf there, 8.90. And Michael Strachan. Got a number for you, Michael. and 10.19. Can I have Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, now then, VW Sportsman. Right, your first pair then, Jerry Sadler taking on Paul Robinson. 14.50 for the Beetle, 16.08 for the 944. Both into pre-stage. Jerry rolls in. There goes Paul. And at the stripe, it's a breakout for Paul Robinson, 15.81. That was a big breakout. A breakout also the other side as well. But it is Jerry Sadler into the semis. John Gallant and Aaron Lang, your next pair. 14.10 plays 16.60. So it'll be John going first with the Takakat Soroka. Here he goes. And setting off after him, Aaron Lang. And at the stripe it is John Gallant that takes that 16.71 against a 14.23. So John is into the semi-finals. Jordan Clark and Sophie Lee. Jordan 12.90. He's going to have to wait a little while. 16.15 for Sophie on the dial-ins. The winner of this gets Jerry Sadler in the semi-finals. And it's going to be Jordan Clark as Sophie goes red. Jordan goes 12.76, stout number. It was a big breakout, but with the red light on the other side of the racetrack, he had nothing to worry about. Right, your last pair then. With George Miller with Sonic the TT taking on the Brick Shift House of Phil Sewell. Dial-ins then, 14.10 for George, 13.60 for Phil. Half a second between them. Double breakout by the lesser amount. George Miller takes it 14.07 to a 13.57. That's down to the final digits. Hardly anything between them, but it is George into the semis. Right, Sportsman ET. Hutchinson and Dibley, Sportsman ET, to give it his full and correct title. It's Clive Dandridge and Jordan Griffin. In fact, this is our last class to get down to semi-finals. Green light on both sides. Clive coasting. And takes that with a 12.87 to lose out. 14.45 problems there for Jordan. So Clive with the win. All right, Steph Bateman, Dan Holloway. 13.79, plays 12 flat. Oh, another staging duel. Dan goes in. And Steph Bateman goes red by 0-0-1. So Dan is through to the semis. With a 12.03. Right, next up then, Michael Lindsay taking on Pete Walters. Michael was your #1 qualifier. Can he go into the semi-finals? So Pete in chase mode here, trying to catch up and pass Michael Lindsay before the stripe. Going to be tight one again. But it is Pete Walters that takes it. 12.37 to lose out. 17.27. So that's Pete going to be taking on Dan. So Pete taking on his crew member in Super Pro. But they're going to meet each other in Sportsman ET. Right, so Clive Dandridge's opponent will be one of these two. It's going to be Ruby Huxley, or is it going to be Ben Jeffrey? So 18.58 plays 13.76. Close at the stripe, but it's Ben Jeffrey that takes it by 0.7, 13.80 on a 76. Ruby Huxley hits her number, 18.58 on an 18.58, but reaction time advantage for Ben got the job done. Right, let's have a look into the lanes. I'll hopefully be looking at bikes, which I am indeed. It looks like I've got 950 bike at the head of the lanes down there. In actual fact, there's a lot of bikes down there, actually. And how many bikes are there? Well, I think it's all of them. So, yeah, it's going to be Bike Fest coming up very shortly indeed. Just a little bit of track prep going on, a little bit of glue down there. Look, there's TCA. Hello, mate. Anyway, let's give the airways over to Nitro FM. We'll be back soon with semi-final action here at the Springspeed Nationals. Before I go, though, Super Pro ET, can we have you into the lanes? Nitro FM, it's all yours. Right, we've got some classes to call into the pairing lanes, and bearing in mind we're at semi-final stages, most of the classes are there. I've got VW Sportsman and VW Sportsman and Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, but before that it was like Super Pro, Pro ET, everybody. So all semi-finalists into the pairing lanes makes life easier. Right, we continue. It's Cop Bike up first. This is to set finals. Jasmine Cordell going to be taking on Carl Thomas. So we are 3:25 on a Sunday afternoon here at the pod. So this is for a spot in the final. Well, both of them straight down Broadway. And it's Jazz with a 7:31 to lose out 7:42. Right, other side of the ladder then. Patrick Rawnsley taking on Paul Hambidge. Well, both of them qualified with 7.3s. Paul had a brilliant semi-final, 7:28. But this is for a spot in the final. And it's going to be Paul Hambidge as Patrick Rawnsley goes red. 7:31 from Paul to the final. Right, move on to ET Bike. That one threw me out. I wasn't in the order that I had it. Alan Davis, Nick Playden. (9:32) place 10:48. Nick going first. And Alan Davis goes red by 0.003. So it's Nick Playden into the final. 10:54 against the loser at 9:43. Right, other side of the ladder then. Phil Pratt, Robbie Dobby. (889) plays 9.76. What happened there for Robbie? Phil Pratt, he gets an 886 breakout on an 889. Robbie can only see rolled the beams there. On to 950 bike. Oh, I'll be looking forward to this one. Hayden Michelle, Thomas Cook Abbott. This for a spot in the final. It's Mark 1 Kieran against Pudgy's Pictures. And the win light goes to Thomas Cook Abbott. He takes that 9.54 to a 9.59 win margin at the stripe, 0-4. TCA's in the final. Right, Alex Hope on the show pony. He's going to book his spot in the final here. Only Julie does so. And does it with a 9.55. Right, on to 8.50 bike. Pete Wise. Sorry, wrong Pete. Yeah, it is Pete Wise, sorry. Against Nefty Martina. Well, unfortunately, a deep stage foul there for Pete Wise. So it's Nefty into the final. So Paul Morris, Pete Slater. This to take the other spot in the final. And Pete Slater gets that spot. 8.79 to lose that 9.07. Right, junior drag bike. Harry Isaacs, Leah Morrison, the dial-ins then. 9.40 for Harry, 7.95 for Leah. Quick maths, 1.45 seconds difference on the tree. And that's a win for Harry Isaacs, 9.44 on the 40 and 0.4 light. Despite Leah Morrison hitting a number, 7.95. Better reaction time for Harry. Win margin 0.24 at the stripe. Right, so it's Alia Lester and Sophie Pollen. Well, this happened last time actually for Sophie. The bike stalled. Let's have to restart it. Wouldn't go, unfortunately, so Alia Lester books her spot in the final. Gave him every opportunity, unfortunately, for Sophie, but it just didn't work out. So that sets up the final in junior drag bike. Right, next up, let's have a look in the lanes. Take your pick. I'll let you know in a minute. Got junior dragsters down there. I've got super comp, super gas. In fact, it is super gas. Right, for Tony Morris carburetors end. It's Jasmine Cordell taking on Conrad Stanley. Not quite sure what happened to Conrad there, but something was spotted. Anyway, Jasmine Tunstall is going to the final. And does so. That's right, yeah, there is some fluid on the track there. Well spotted by our track crew there, just wiping that up. All right, the other side of the ladder. Going to see Stuart Morris take on Dave Fulton. I've also got Super Pro in the lanes. Actually, it's a tiny bit of a sweep up as well. Tell you what, I just need to get some of these finals and semi-final paperwork in order. Nitro FM, just take it for a moment. We'll be back with you with more eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Carl Thomas has just come up with his timing slip from his run against Jazz Cordell. He goes, is that a perfect light? Yes, it is. He's got the money and he's very happy indeed, despite the loss. But he set a PB on the MPH. Life's good, mate. You just said it, mate. Neil, Kev, Georgie and Dad. That's it. Well done, Carl. Congratulations. So the perfect light money has gone. And I missed it. I'm gutted. I can't believe that. So Carl Thomas, a perfect light, 0008. And he's just popped up to the tower to pick up his money. So it's a good job somebody was awake because we missed it up in the tower. But if there's an opportunity to pick up 50 quid, then Carl Thomas has done it. Well done, mate. So, just a little bit more work out there. So Conrad Stanley and Jasmine Tunstall. Well, obviously Jazz has gone through there. Conrad has a little bit more fluid than we thought, actually, as the car has just been moved away from the start area. So just getting the old dust down there, just a little bit more of a clean up down there. But well done, Carl. And actually, I still think there is a bit more clean up to go. There's me taking the calm a little bit soon there, but it was good to have a chat with Carl. Right, Nitro FM, if you could take it once again, we'll be back soon with more eliminations. Okay, once again, thank you ever so much indeed to Nitro FM as we continue with eliminations. This is Super Gas semi-final number 2. For Tony Morris, Carburettors. I wonder if Tony's tuned in stateside. And we look at Dave Fulton and Stuart Morris. This for a spot in the final. Is it going to be 2 Roadsters? Or is it going to be the Camaro? Double break sorry, 988 with a 2 beats a 988 with a 1. Goodness me. But we do have an incident in the shutdown area, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay where you are, and can we please, Nitro FM, if you can take over the airwaves, back with you shortly. Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's the sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been a long bit, honey? Take a look at where we are. Haven't we made it, my love?
Okay, got some update for you from the top end, and it's good news, which is very, very good indeed. Stuart Morris, absolutely fine. The car took a tumble and flipped on its lid and I think slid into the shutdown area. Managed to avoid Dave Fulton, which is also very good news indeed. And the best part of it all is that Stuart got out of the car unaided and it's just been checked out, but basically okay. Got out of the car unaided. And yeah, we're just in a clear-up mode operation at the moment. They've got the telehandler down there. It's just turned the car back over onto its wheels and get the track cleared so we can continue. So very, very good news indeed. Stuart is A-OK, just had his bell rung, I think. He's made of tough stuff, is our Stuart. And commiserations to the team. But they will be back. That's the update I've got for you on the top end. So all good news, basically, and especially for the Morris boys. Back to Nitro FM 96.2. Okay, well, thankfully the news from the top end was good in case you missed that announcement earlier, but Stuart basically got out of the car unaided, checked out, and top end is now clear, so we are good to go racing once again as we continue with Super Pro ET semi-finals. So Tom Atkinson then on a solo into the final. Predetermined. Lovely wheelie off the line there for Tom Atkinson, an 0-1 light as well, dial in of 8:41. Goes 8:48. Nicely done, Tom. So Tom books his spot in the final. So the second semi-final then, Charlie Seward with the Bracketeer Camaro taking on Alan Didwell with the Dragster. Right, so 888 the dial-in for Charlie Seward. We has been running that number all weekend long. Alan Didwell, 763 on the dial-in for him. Both cars with 555 cubic inch motors in them. One is in a long skinny dragster, the other one is in a 1968 muscle car. So first gen Camaro against the S&H Dragster. Charlie's off. Alan goes off. Sort it out at the top end. And the win light goes to Charlie Seward. He hits that 888 again, an 07 light. A breakout for Alan Didwell. 762 on a 763. He got there first, but he broke out. Charlie Seward, he's into the final. Okay, we move on. This is Super Comp. Semi-final number one, Paul Brown taking on Sky Collier. Tree drops, green both sides, so 8.90, the name of the game here in Super Comp, coming up to the strike. And it's a win for Paul Brown. 896 with a 5.4 beats an 896 with a 5.4. Identical ETs to the 10,000th. So that was on reaction times. And Paul Brown takes the win. Identical ETs, both lanes. Right, Leah Kellett against Stevie Gates. Well, both of these drivers deserve a spot in the final, but only one of them can take it. Leah Kellett against Stevie Gates. Again, it's a Dragster against a Camaro. Different vintages, though. Close one at the stripe again, and this time it's an 891 with a 0 beats an 891 with a 3. Win margin 0.0023 at the stripe. Super close race. Both of them with 05 lights, both of them with 891s. But it's Leah into the final. On to Pro ET. Okay, problem there for Spencer. He's been pushed back. Looks like there is a fluid leak of some description. Well spotted by Kirsty. Oh, yes. Yeah, definitely dropping something there. Okay, so Freddie Thompson going to be booking his spot in the final. .968 on the dial-in, 966 on the run. Freddie Thompson into the final. And commiserations for Spencer there. I've no idea what's happened to him there, but there's a bit of a fluid leak. Now, obviously, Kiwi will be taking the solo here, as unfortunately the Morris Boys Camaro have not been able to come back down again today. So, good luck on the rebuild, guys. You never know, might see the other one back out. So 970 on the dial-in, 964 for Stuart Thompson. Wow. One of his quickest runs I think I have ever seen. But a super run there for Kiwi. Sets up the final Pro ET against Freddie Thompson. Okay, Junior Dragster up next. But just a little bit of a sweep up in the lanes there. We've got 5 semi-finals to go, and then it'll be finals all the way. So the semi-finals to still come at you then is Junior Dragster, Funny Bike, VW Pro, VW Sportsman, and Sportsman ET. Then after that, obviously there will be a break to gather all of our finalists. And I think all of our semi-finalists are in the lanes. So just a little bit of track sorting out there. As I say, there will be a break between the semis and the finals, the idea being that we can run all the finals together as best as we can. Right, not quite sure how far away we are, but Nitro FM, if you can just take it for a moment, I'll be back with you with more semi-final action here at the Springspeed Nationals. Okay, the hits just keep on coming. Junior Dragster, semi-final time. It's going to be Lola Kent taking on Molly Openshaw. Let's have a look at the dial-ins then. 8:02 for Lola Bell, 8:06 for Molly Openshaw. This for the all-important spot in the final. Both into pre-stage. And Lola Bell takes that one, 8:13 to lose out 8:05. So Lola Bell is into the final. Going to be taking on this young lady here, Neve Deavy. It's just the way it's all worked out this weekend. Well, big sis, very, very proud of Neve this weekend. So 790. Dial in for Neve. She books her spot into the final. Okay, so final set, Junior Dragster. It's going to be Lola Bell Kent and Neve Deavy. Right, funny bike. So Nick Daniels is down there. All he needs to do is break the beams under his own power, and then he'll be set for the final, which is exactly what he's going to do. Ah, right, I think I know what's going on there. Okay, so that's Nick into the final. So he'll switch the engine off, push back. And now we have a race. Martin Zylstra and Sean Branch. Sean qualified with a 7:57 in the number 3 spot. Martin was 7:08. But this is racing, as we all know. Anything can happen. Need to get to the other. Unfortunately, Sean couldn't hold the bike in the beams. So Martin Zylstra goes through there with a 734. All right, so we got 3 sportsman classes left to set finals. They're all in the lanes. It's going to be Sportsman ET first. And then I've got our VW classes. And then it'll be finals all the way for the rest of the day. Yeah, so Sportsman ET, VW Pro, VW Sportsman. Lots of work going on in the pits. People getting ready for the finals. Some are working harder than others. But here comes Ben Jeffrey to take on Clive Dandridge. It's the Nissan 370 against the truck. 1376 dial in for Ben. And he will be leaving first. So the Nissan in the Slick Tricks lane. We're doing the chasing. 1237 for Clive Dandridge. This for the spot in the Hutchinson and Dibley Sportsman ET. Green light on both sides of the tree means we've got to sort this one out at the top end. Clive's got his nose in front, and Clive takes it. 12.56 to a lose-out, 14.04. Well, the race between teammates, if you think it's Walters Motorsport, because Dan Holloway is crew on Pete's Super Pro Dragster. Also, Dan Holloway is married to Pete's sister. But that's it. This is where they become rivals. Dan Holloway and Pete Walters. 12 flat for Dan. Pete is 12.25. May the winner go through to the final. As we tune into the live stream, those of you looking at the track can see they are literally side by side all the way to the stripe. And the win light goes to Pete Walters, 12.30 to lose out 12.03. Win margin at the stripe, 0.042. It's Pete into the final. Just our 2 VW classes to set finals, and then it's finals all the way. This is Ben Mace. He's on a solo into the final. Predetermined by run with the Audi e-tron. Can't see the number because it's just the way the sun's reflecting. 1091, we got it. Well, he's got a dial in, but the... oh, there we go. The scoreboard took a while to wake up there. So an 0.73 reaction time there for Ben. He's probably got the radio on in the car listening to the commentary. And he goes 10.88. He breaks out. Done better. Now we got a race. Once again, the wheel wobble. Customary. James Gould with the Team Militia VR6. Powered altered. 9.20 on the dialing. Taking on Carl Goldsmith. So 9.20 plays 11th at 1.8 seconds difference on the tree. The Beetle will go first. The Altered does the chase. James Gould gets there first, but breaks out. Goes 200th too quick. Carl Goldsmith takes the win. 11.27 on the 11 flat. So Carl Goldsmith will be taking on Ben Mace in the final of VW Pro. Right, VW Sportsman. Two Beetles. You've got Jerry Sadler with the Blue Beetle in the Kestrel lane, and you've got Jordan Clark with the Thunderbug Beetle. He is in the Slick Tricks lane. Dial-ins, 14.4 for Jerry, 12.9 for Jordan, 1.5 seconds difference on the tree. Be Jerry going first. As they cross the stripe, it is a win for Jordan Clark. 13.12 against a lose-out 14.48. Slight reaction time advantage. So Jordan Clark into the final. All right, one more final spot available, and it is in VW Sportsman, and it's going to be settled between these two. John Gallant taking on George Miller. The all-important dial-ins then. 16.60 for John. He'll be going first. 2.6 seconds later, George Miller's side of the tree will run. And then once this pair go through, it's finals all the way. There will be a break, as we need to gather all of our finalists. There we go. Right. Sort this one out at the stripe. And the win light goes to George Miller, 14.13 against a lose-out 16.78, win margin 0.7. So it's going to be George taking on Jordan in the final. Right, folks, there will be a gap in proceedings as we prepare to gather all of our finalists. That was a good opportunity to get ourselves a late coffee. So we'll be on a break for a little while, and then when we get a good batch of finalists down, we'll run them through. So stick with us, folks. It's just finals to go here at the Springspeed Nationals. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take over the airways. Back with you soon here at the Centre Expressway. Okay, folks, we've got a lot of our finalists in the lanes, but the call into the pits, please. All finalists, make your way down into the pairing lanes, please. All finalists, make your way down into the pairing lanes, please. It's going to be thick and fast when we get the finals underway. And we have got, I'm just having a quick look at the paperwork up here. 18 or 19 finals, because I lost count. So that's what's to come at you. It will finish off the Springspeed Nationals. And, of course, after all of our finals, please stay with us if you are on site and join us for trophy presentations afterwards. So we're not far away. Gluebird just going out there to give the track some extra traction for the finals. We'll be back with you. But all finalists, please, into the pairing lanes. Thank you. Dial-ins 974, 884. Here we go, folks. It's finals time, and the first class to kick things off is Pro ET. Freddie Thompson taking on Stuart Thompson. No relation. So for Maverick Diagnostics, this is the final of Pro ET. The dial-ins then 965 for Freddie, 963 for Stuart. Freddie Thompson's first final. Can he turn it into a victory? Tough customer though with Kiwi. He's won finals before. He won Pro ET last year at is either Springspeed Nationals or Festival of Car, one or the other. And he's in the final again. Very well indeed. Neck and neck as they go down the track. Freddie's got his nose in front, and Freddie Thompson takes the win. 967 on the 65. Win margin at the stripe 002. What a race. The next final is Super Gas. I've been waiting to say this all ever since the semi-finals were run. We've got Jazz and Dave. Jasmine Cordell, Dave Fulton. This for Tony Morris Carburettors 990 Super Gas. And it's Dave Fulton with a win. Jazz unfortunately left too soon. Dave Fulton going to stand top step of the podium with a 985. He broke out, it didn't matter. He's got the win. But well on Jazz, awesome weekend, first final. Now as we go to Comp Eliminator. And it's going to be a solo run for Nick Williams. We saw Spencer Tran with an issue when he came down to run in his other class. And, well, I don't know what the issue was, but there was fluid from the bottom of the car. I suspect it was transmission, could be wrong. But Nick Williams, with his dad's Nova, going to take a solo lap to take the win here in Comp Eliminator. The class sponsored by VP Racing. And it's rather appropriate that the Williams brothers are the UK distributor for racing. VP Racing lubricants, lovely wheel stand off the line. Goes 10.60. That's 0.6 under. Nicely done, Nick. On to two wheels. And this is 950 bike. Thomas Cook Abbott taking on Alex Hope. So TCA in drift mode doing his burnout there. So this for all the marbles in 950 bike. Alex Hope, Thomas Cook Abbott. Again, another close one at the stripe. but the win light goes to Thomas Cook Abbott. It's a double breakout. A 9:46 beats a 9:45. Whoa, Thomas Cook Abbott takes home a victory trophy. Outlaw flat 4. The two Beatles. Nothing between them in qualifying. Both of them ran 10.7s. It's Adam Lowe and Darren Shepherd. Adam Lowe with the flat-out Beetle, the white Beetle in the Kestrel lane, and Darren Shepherd with the social outcast Beetle. He is in the Slick Tricks lane. So Adam gets the jump. Adam's still got his nose in front, but here comes Darren Shepherd. I think Adam's still got his nose in front, and yeah, he takes it. A 10.67. A whole shot win beats a 10.66. That was super close, but it is Adam Lowe that takes the win. All right, next up then, Hutchison and Dibley's Sportsman ET. There's Pete Walters. He appears in the Kestrel lane. Going to be taking on Clive Dandridge with the truck. 12.37 for Clive. He'll be going first. Pete doing the chasing, 12.28. It's only 0.09 of a second difference on the tree. Looks like Pete might just have his nose in front at the moment. And it's a double breakout, but by the lesser amount, 300s breakout compared to a 10th. Pete Walters is your Hutchison Dibley Sportsman ET winner. Back to two wheels, it's ET Bike. So Nick Playden and Phil Pratt. 10.48 plays 8.87. So that'll be Nick setting off first. So for Steve Johnson Transport ET Bike, it's a double breakout, but it's Phil Pratt who takes it. 8.86 to a 10.45. There's a 100th breakout to 300th breakout. And it's Phil that takes the win in Steve Johnson Transport ET Bike. We move on to Supercomp for 772 coatings. Leah Kellett taking on Paul Brown, the returning Paul Brown. Paul hasn't raced for 6 years, but then having said that, he's been driving the two-seater dragster most weekends, so he hasn't, in effect, not been doing anything. But it's a different car. So the Barbecue Roadster taking on the Dolly Daydream Dragster. This is the final of Supercomp, 8.90 class index. And it's a win for Leah Kellett. Paul couldn't hold it on the line, so Leah gets the solo in a funny sort of way, not the way she wanted to win. It wanted a proper race, but Paul unfortunately just couldn't hold it on the line there. Congratulations to Leah, but well on the Paul. Good return to the world of racing. Super Pro ET. Charlie Seward taking on Tom Atkinson. Charlie sticking with that 888 darling, and 848 for Tom. Both into stage. Three's going to drop. Cracking final. Neck and neck at the stripe. Win like goes to Charlie Seward, 884. That's the first time he's broken out big style all weekend. But Tom Atkinson broke out by more. He went 1 under. Charlie Seward, winner of Super Pro. Back to two wheels, 850 bike. This for JKE Raceworks. The final, Nefty Martina taking on Pete Slater. Charging hard to the stripe, and it is a win there for Pete Slater with the Roadrunner Hayabusa. 889 to lose out from Nefty, 9 flat. So well done to Pete. Next final is VW Pro underneath us here. But slight pause. Just having a check of the lanes towards the top end. So VW Pro is up next. It's going to be Carl Goldsmith taking on Ben Mace. And then we've got 7 more finals to come. And I think we've got some fluid at the top end. So just adds to the drama. In fact, yeah, the tractor's going up. And I think that was in Nefty's lane. So, a pause. We've still got 8 finals to run here at the Springspeed Nationals. Nitro FM, if you can take it for a moment, we will be back. Just 8 finals to go. Don't go anywhere.
Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been a long bit, honey? But take a look at where we are. Haven't we made it, my love? Oh, honey, look how we made it this far. Hasn't the pace been a long bit, honey? But take a
Okay, we've just got 8 finals to go. 4 with the cars, 4 with the bikes. Kick things off, it's going to be VW Pro. For Pro Race Engineering then, this for the big trophy in VW Pro. Carl Goldsmith, dialing in 11 flat. Ben Mace, 1091, just 0.09 difference on the tree. And it's oh my God, that's a tight race. 11.08, Carl Goldsmith takes the win by 0.08 at the stripe. But then, having said that, I've just noticed Ben Mace actually did break out. He went 10.87 on 91. So Carl Goldsmith takes the win in Pro Race Engineering VW Pro. Nicely done. On to Carl Cox Motorsports Junior Dragster. Your finalists then: Lola Bell Kent, Neve DV. Right, so our finalists in Junior Dragster make their way forward. Let's have a look at the dial-ins. 8.09 for Lola Bell Kent, 8.13 for Neve DV. It's a cherry on the tree for Lola Bell. Neve Deevy goes to victory lane. It was a 0-1 red for Lola Bell. But Neve Deevy continues the family tradition. Caitlin Deevy, a former winner in Junior Dragster. Now her little sister has done it as well. Goodness me. Right, continuing the Carl Cox Motorsports theme, this is Junior Drag Bike. Again, sponsored by Carl Cox Motorsports. Harry Isaacs, Alia Lester, 940, place 913. Harry will be going first. Harry Isaacs takes that one, 9.47 against a lose-out and a breakout, 9.11. So Harry Isaacs, your winner in Carl Cox Motorsports Junior Drag Bike. 5 finals to go. Next up, we're back to 2 wheels. Or I should say, stay on 2 wheels. It's Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike. Alan Morrison, Daniel Lentz. Well, both of these riders have been in the 6.7s today. Going to need another one here in the final. 6.67 from Daniel in the final, 225 miles an hour. They were neck and neck at the 60 foot, neck and neck at the 330. But then Daniel started to pull away. But what a run in the final, 6.67. Daniel taking the win. Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike. 4 finals to go. Time trial run. Let's just slot one of those in as well. Jake Michelle. $691, $214. Right, our next final just coming underneath us now. And it's VW Sportsman for Quantum Leap Racing. We've got 4 finals to go. 2 with cars, 2 with bikes. So it's Jordan Clark with the Thunderbug, dialing in 1290, but leaving first will be George Miller with Sonic the TT, 14 flat on his dial-in. This then for Quantum Leap Racing, VW Sportsman. They both get the green light. Oh, he's neck and neck at the stripe. It's a breakout for Jordan Clark. It is George Miller that takes the win. Congratulations to George. A 14.15 on a 14 flat. He is your event winner. 3 classes to go. This is Funny Bike. Nick Daniels taking on Martin Zylstra. The class supported by Leaks Landscapes. Many thanks indeed, Dale. So Nick Daniels with the Black Pearl. Going alongside Martin Zylstra. Oh, tiny fluid leak from underneath Nick's bike there, so it is going to be a solo for Martin. And takes the easy route there, 8:36, 1:26. Well done, Martin. Oh, commiserations for Nick. A good debut for the new bike. But I know they want to get it back and continue the work on it. Beautiful machine. And oh yeah, very well spotted by the start line crew there. So yeah, fluid unfortunately from the bike. So 2 finals to go. Comp Bike and Nostalgia Superstock. Is Comp Bike below us? And you got Jasmine Cordell taking on Paul Hambidge. They were number 1 and number 2 qualifier. And they meet in the final here. But just to add to the tension, just a little bit of a clean-up after Shaggy's bike decided it didn't want to play, but what a machine. I did actually have a look at this bike in the pits on Friday evening, and it is absolutely gorgeous. And it's fair to say it's work in progress, and I can't wait to see Nick and the team develop that machine. Right, so a little bit of a pause. Nitro FM, if you could just take it for a moment. Just 2 finals to go here at the Springspeed Nationals, and then we'll be done. Here we go then, the last final on 2 wheels, and then we got Nostalgia Superstock to come. This is Suzuki Performance Spares Comp Bike. Paul Hambidge, Jasmine Cordell. Well, fair to say the Cordell Motorsport team have thrashed like mad to get ready for this final. Sent me photographs, the engine in bits. Needed a new head, apparently, possibly even a piston as well, but my goodness me, they managed to get it done. And here we go for the final then. And all that hard work has paid off with a 7:14 at 180 miles an hour. Paul Hambidge, 7:28 at 195. But my goodness me, a doff of the cap to the whole Cordell team. That was a thrash and a half, especially on Avril's birthday weekend as well. When I felt, well, everybody on that team. Hard work pays off. One more final to go, and it is Nostalgia Superstock for Goodale American Speed Shop, Don Scott, and it's Kiwi Stuart Thompson. Hang on, what's going on here? Oh, he hasn't broke it, has he? Oh, for goodness sakes. Well, Don is staging for the boys. Oh, my goodness me. That's why they hung out till last. Well, he has to stage under his own power, but he ain't going to. He's got no oomph in it at all. So it's going to be a solo for Kiwi. Oh, no, he has got power. It flinched. Very clever from Kiwi. Very clever. 950, darling, for Stuart Thompson. He hasn't got a hope in whatever of reaching that. Well, Don raised the beams. What's Kiwi got for us? 971 for the win. So well done to Stuart Thompson taking the win in Nostalgia Superstock for Goodale American Speed Shop. That is it. We are done. We've managed to get it all finished. Goes without saying, a humongous thank you to absolutely everybody here at Santa Pod this weekend. It's been a challenging race weekend. We've had incidents galore. We've had moments that we've had a heart in our mouth. But it's been a great event. We thoroughly enjoyed it. We've still got trophies to award. It's 5:45 in the evening. Let's get everybody down for trophies round about, give you 20 minutes, 25 minutes tops. So we'd like everybody down on the start line for trophy presentations. 5 past to 10 past 6. Get everybody back to the pits. They can start packing away. But thank you ever so much indeed for joining us. Those of you that are on the spectator banking, those of you in the grandstands making your way out, thank you ever so much indeed for joining us this week. I hope you had a good time. We certainly have. But if you don't need to sprint off just yet, come and join us for the trophies as well. Thank you ever so much indeed to our track crew. Awesome job as always. Everybody up in the tower. Dragster.com. And of course, Nitro FM 96.2. And all of our people that work on site, including our pit marshals, everybody at the main gate, and everybody on site. Don't forget, next weekend, it's the Fast Show. Robbie Bronx on Saturday, Fast Show Sunday. Weekend after that, it's the Nostalgia Nationals. For all the information, santapod.com. You know where you need to go. Right, we'll be trophy soon, but in the meantime, Nitro FM going to take it away. We'll see you all soon. Cheers.